Hey guys, this is the February for real 2020 Patron Ask Me Anything stream. And because I'm a mess, I've not done my makeup. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do my makeup while I answer your questions. And that's actually very appropriate because this is a makeup stream. So that's super crazy. How are you guys doing? How's the chat? Let me know if the music's good. I haven't checked. I'm starting so late that I guess you guys got to watch most of Drag Race if you wanted to do that. I don't watch it live. I don't watch any TV live. This is one thing that I'm very not a boomer about, right? I'm very millennial in that I've never had a TV subscription. I don't know how the TV works. I watch things online. Do you even have a TV subscription? I don't know. Can you comment? Can you subscribe? I can't stand to look at my face without makeup, so we better let's get started. I'm drinking a Cuba Libre, which I never drink, but I just kind of was in the mood for it today, so that's what I'm drinking. God, I hate how every fucking all makeup content online is such a fucking infomercial. It's always like you're just watching infomercials for like 15 products. So what if I just don't even tell you what I'm using? Secret products. I get that's kind of annoying because some people are going to ask. I'm using the Smashbox primer, photo finish primer, the one everyone uses. It's already really fixed that terrible glossiness that I can't stand to look at when you have the monitor glaring on your face. Look at that. I'm super fucking matte. Let's answer some questions. $127 questions? Ooh! And I'm doing makeup and we started so late. Well, whatever. I'll be up till 2 a.m. It's fine. It's super fucking fine. I just need to, I'm just gonna have to drink a lot of these. That's what it comes down to. By the time I get to those last questions, the things are gonna get crazy. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I scrolled all the way up to 128 questions. Okay, question 1. Now that I'm primed. Eli Kim says, trigger warning eating disorder. So, okay, trigger warning eating disorder. I still want to lose weight, but it takes a toll on my mental health. How'd you cope with your eating disorder and any tips? Well, I don't think I've ever said I had an eating disorder. So I get a little confused. I'm not sure why you think that I have an eating disorder, but I don't think I should be the one to tell you what to do about that. I think that, I mean, it depends what you're concerned about. Like, you want to lose weight, but it's taking a toll on your mental health. Okay, well, is it taking a toll on your physical health? That's the first question. Because if it's an eating disorder, then it presumably is. And that is something that you really need to see a therapist or a doctor about, and not a YouTuber. But I will say that if the issue is that simply you want to lose weight, but the fixation on it is bad for your mental health, well, I sympathize with that because I do have, a wide variety of body image problems. So I sympathize. And I think about weight myself. I count calories. Like, it takes up space in my head. It does. I'm actually getting this, like, for the first time in my life, I have, like, oh God. No, I'm not. I was about to go into some body image things I have, but I realized that I'm talking to a person who has an eating disorder. So I don't think I should start on this train, because if I start talking about what I don't like about my body, it's going to be a whole thing. So my advice is to seek out medical help for eating disorders, not to listen to YouTubers, and to you know, try to have a balanced mental and physical life where you prioritize both your sense of self, your body image, and your health with a balanced diet and a balanced breakfast, which a Cuba Libre may or not be part of. Okay. 1 down, 127 to go. Here we go. Elsie Hupp says, many of your recent videos, I realize I'm not doing makeup, I'm going to do it while I'm answering this question. Many of your recent videos have shifted away from Socratic dialogues, i.e. the ContraPoints cinematic universe. How much do you think you might revisit this format going forward? Well, I think that one reason I stopped doing that is that I came to realize that a lot of people, you know, it's sort of the aesthetic. That video was kind of the beginning of the end for the Socratic dialogues, at least for a while, because more people than I realized kind of really, like, what they get out of YouTube is they follow a person, and they really, really want to know what that person thinks. And if you don't tell them what you think, then they start trying to figure it out. And oftentimes, when people speculate about what you think, they'll speculate much more uncharitable things than what you actually think. So, I feel like, in a way, I'm sort of constrained by fear of canceling from making characters who disagree with me. You know, there's people who are, like, saying I'm a raving anti-Semite, I'm a Nazi sympathizer, because I have a character who is a Nazi. And so it's like, I mean, I guess I could just tell those people to fuck off. And I think I probably should. But it has been something that, like, the anxiety about it and the stress of constantly having people sort of misattribute my character's beliefs to me has really kind of made it hard for me to do that kind of video psychologically. So yeah, that's one reason that I haven't done it. That said, do I want to stop doing it forever? Fuck no. I really would like to come back to making videos like that. I like making videos like that. I miss making videos like that. And a lot of the time, those videos are like the most fun to me. And so I kind of hate the idea of giving it up. So I don't intend to give it up. I'll be back. Those videos will be back, but I'm just kind of taking a little break from them. Okay. I'm using I always use NARS Radiant Creamy Concealer. I've been kind of using this as a foundation lately. I just got a new foundation though that I want to try. It's this Fenty Beauty Pro Filter Hydrating Longwear Foundation. It's like, let's try it out. Okay, I see. It's like it's one of these. I always used to do this because, oh my god, I just realized the reason I put foundation here, I saw Steph Senyotti do that once, like 3 years ago when I was learning. And I still do it that way because of Bread Mom. Why is this not just... Okay, there we go. You should squeeze it. Okay, let's try this. I guess this is definitely getting in the way of me answering questions. I'm realizing it's actually harder to answer questions while doing makeup than I thought it was going to be. Oh my god, it smells good. Okay. I'm just gonna blend mindlessly while I read the question. Josie Trinidad's parenthesis Paul Toombs says, "What are your thoughts on the idea of people who identify as bi-gender?" Blend. Well, I kind of used to identify that way myself when I was identifying myself as non-binary. Like, there's obviously a lot of different ways to construe being non-binary, and I lean towards the kind of like bi-gender identification. But I don't think that that was not a mature identity for me. That was me kind of like in the midst of an identity crisis where my identity was fracturing as I was kind of becoming a woman and yet still living the life of a man in a lot of ways, and just having kind of a major identity crisis about that. So I don't know if I'm a great I don't know if me in 2017 is a great representative for bi-gender people. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, you ask what are my thoughts on the idea of it? Like, I don't know. It's not my business how other people identify themselves or how other people understand their own gender, you know? Like, I have a hard time imagining, to be honest, like, the psychology of over a long period of time sort of feeling two genders at once. That to me, it sounds like tension. It sounds like inherent conflict that I don't think I could handle. But if that is what feels at home for you, then more power to you, you know? Like, I really don't... I'm not in the business of telling people what identities are and aren't valid. I'm not... I barely have myself figured out. In a lot of ways, I don't have myself figured out. So I'm not going to tell other people what they are. And if that's what works for you, I'm happy you found what works. I'm still working on myself. Okay, how does this look? It looks kind of pale. Well, I'm kind of pale. That's crazy. Okay. Oh god, this shirt is like stretched in a non-symmetrical way and it's driving me crazy. Okay, so instead of using blush, what I kind of do lately is you guys are gonna laugh at this. I literally put like MAC Ruby Woo, like bright red lipstick on my cheeks and I blend it in. So this is gonna look funny. Perfect. Okay, I'm done. I'm beautiful. What is the next question? We're moving very slowly here. Joe Chavez says, which of your accomplishments are you most proud of? And is there anything more that you are specifically wanting from your career right now? I guess I'm most proud of... I'm basically, like, this sounds like kind of trivial, but I'm kind of proud of doing what I've done for the last 4 years and just surviving it. Like, because that's kind of in a way all I really feel I have accomplished. I don't know, obviously, like, I've like changed some people's minds and helped spread information about a lot of things. See how much better this is looking already. But see, is that even showing up on camera? Yeah, it is. I think back in the last few years and transitioning on camera while talking about Nazis and arguing with, transphobes and all this, like, I just think that, like, being alive at the end of this still semi-functional and still, having some humanity intact, that's the accomplishment. I don't know if I have a very high... I don't have a very high opinion of myself right now, to be honest. Like, I am not super proud of my work, even. And I don't have a lot of pride right now. I'm having, like, a difficult time with a lot of things. But I'm proud that I've made it. So, set the bar low. And that way, no one's disappointed. Okay. Bjorkston says, I am visiting Baltimore for the first time in a few weeks. What should I do / explore while there? If I see you, can I say hello, or do you find that annoying? Well, Bjorkston, if you like aquariums, Baltimore's a famous aquarium that has a big tower of sharks. That's, I think, worth checking out. And if you like that sort of thing, it's the most touristy thing to do in Baltimore, though. So if you don't like touristy things, don't do that. I would say go to the Visionary Art Museum. It's very unique, very Baltimore. And I would say go to some weird local, like, bars. Like, there's a speakeasy called WC Harlan. Go to that. It's super Baltimore. There's I mentioned this last stream. There's, like, a literary bar called Bluebird that has, like, books everywhere. Go to that. Their food's good. Their drinks are amazing. I guess that's what I would suggest. If you see me, yeah, feel free to say hi. People usually are very nice about that. So I'll be really awkward about it, but that's just how I am. Don't worry. I need to get an eyebrow pencil. Okay. Rain says, "What's your favorite fictional book series?" Well, I guess I don't read a lot of like book series these days. Like, I mean, when I was young, I really liked Harry Potter when I was a kid. What a disappointment. I mean, whatever. I can't recall the last book series that I read. I guess it's still Harry Potter then. Great. I never read Twilight. I never read Hunger Games. I watched all those movies, but I guess I was done reading by the time that happened. Did Kant's critique of pure reason, critique of judgment, and critique of practical reason count as a book series? Those certainly are not my favorite, but I did read them. Ugh, I can't talk while doing this. It's like, I'm not used to talking while doing this. Hunter Crawford and Margaret Strong say, "Hi Natalie, since you recently removed your earlier videos, are there any topics that you plan to revisit? Much love, Hunter and Margaret." Any topics that I plan to revisit? Well, one that I see a lot of people mentioning is that the Baltimore one. Should I revisit that topic? Well, for the people who are wondering about that, go watch my video called "America Still Racist." That one literally covers the exact same thing. It's basically a remake. That's still on my channel. Other topics, I don't know. The thing is, like, I know there's going to be more questions about this later on, so I'll say a certain amount each question. Like, a lot of people are going to ask about the alt-right stuff. Why don't I make more videos with the alt-right? Well, who's the alt-right? Like, when has the alt-right been a problem since, like 2017? I think, like, I'm interested in making videos that are more. I just don't see that alt-right stuff as having a lot of contemporary relevance. Like, what am I supposed to do? Smack down Richard Spencer, like, as if that's still a thing that needs to be done? Like, try to remember, if you can, what YouTube was like in 2017. Like, people like Richard Spencer, there were people taking them seriously, like, and people platforming them. It was a very different world. There was like no real leftism outside of a handful of feminist vloggers who were getting absolutely eaten alive, and like the Young Turks. That was kind of it when I started. There was no BreadTube. BreadTube is a post ContraPoints invention that I don't consider myself part of for that reason. Okay, how are we feeling about this makeup? It's I feel like I like the arch on this one better. I'm gonna get a brush. I can't find it. It's hard to see what I'm doing because like I know it looks bright with the monitor in my face, but if think of the computer monitor is this bright, it's actually really dark in here. Okay. Natalie says, "Hi Natalie, hi Natalie. Shame has still been sitting heavy with me. I think it's going to take months to work through what it brought up, but I know myself better at the end of it. I know I'll know myself better at the end of it. Anyway, my last question was heavy, so this is lighter. What's a piece of art or any form everyone seems to love that you hate? What's a piece of art you love that everyone seems to hate?" Oh my gosh. Okay, what do I... Let's do the first one. Okay, what do I hate that everyone seems to love? I wouldn't say I hate it, but I could never get into Game of Thrones. I just didn't get it. I mean, I watched like a few episodes, but it's just a lot of swords. Like, I just don't care, I guess. I don't hate it. Like, I think it's fine. I wasn't one of those people who was tweeting like, "Fuck Game of Thrones." Like, I don't care. Like what you like. I don't like. It doesn't bother me, but it was very popular, and it wasn't my thing. What do I love that everyone else seems to hate? Okay. That's a good one. Okay, this is just the first thing that came to mind. There's a Coen Brothers movie that most people haven't even heard of called The Hudsucker Proxy, and it has like a 55% on Rotten Tomatoes or something. I love that movie so much. I saw it when I was a kid. I rewatched it recently, and I was like, this is a genius movie with Jennifer Jason Leigh, and it's amazing, and everyone doesn't like it, and they're all wrong. That's my opinion. Like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, are we fixing this brow or what? Yes, and Paul Newman. Okay. I'm gonna fix this brow and talk to the chat for a moment. I think a makeup stream was a bad idea because I'm not capable of doing two things at once. Like, I don't know. I always thought I was bad at multitasking, but I think maybe everyone's bad at multitasking and other people are just in denial about that. You know? I'm kind of skeptical of those multitasking people. Are they really good at multitasking? Or are they just doing things badly? Yeah, that one looks so good. I don't know. I'm suspicious. What am I good at exactly? Making videos, but it takes me like a month to make a YouTube video. That's why they're good though. I don't do things I don't do good when I'm rushing. I take my time, you know? Yeah, my next video is going to be debunking multitasking. Why everyone's a liar except me. Okay. I'm happy with both brows now. Good work, everyone. We did it. Oh, you know what would look good? I feel like if I use a really... I feel like I have to be really dramatic with this makeup because of the lighting I'm in. Like, I want to do a light concealer under that. Where? Okay, I don't know if the lightness of this will show up, but I'm gonna try. Also, can we just accept this is gonna be a makeup stream for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and then I'll answer the questions. For people rewatching this who don't give a shit about makeup, just skip ahead. You guys are stuck with me though, so good work. I suppose that's why you're here, to be stuck with me. Alright, I'm just highlighting the beneath the brow because I just want to be more dramatic. That's a lot. That's too much. Oh, it looks good on camera though. Let's blend it. See, things always look different on camera than they do in person. Like, on camera, you can wear way more makeup than you can wear in person. Especially this kind of camera where it's, like, not HD. Yeah, see, I like that. In 4K, forget about it. Nothing looks good. You should just kill yourself. Sorry, I shouldn't joke about suicide. But I did, because I'm a bad person. I'm super sorry. God, the constant paranoia. The constant paranoia of fucking up. You guys don't care, do you? About my highlighted brow? You're just really annoyed with me right now? This is like not the right way to do this either. Well, whatever. Oh my god. Back when I used to do like drag style makeup, then I would go over that with like white powder. And fully like... Let's fix this now. Oh my god, so many times. We had to go with the goddamn brow pencil. It's not a brow pencil, it's a brow whiz. I should be using the trademark name for it to get the sponsorship. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I think I can do eyeshadow while answering a question. So let's do that. If you're good at makeup, you should apply an eyeshadow base, but I'm not going to do that because I suck and I don't care. Alicia Crawford says, not. Is there any incredibly mundane, silly, embarrassing moment from your past that still somehow just strangely enters your head at random times years later? If so, what? Like something silly, like calling your teacher mommy in the 2nd grade, or trying to flirt with someone and not realizing you forgot to put on deodorant. Not something actually horrible. Okay. Let's think. Embarrassing things I did years later that can't come up to me again and again and again. There's so many things like that. I usually try to shut them out of my mind, so it's hard to like bring one in on purpose, but let me work on it. It's gonna be a moment of contemplation. I've never done anything embarrassing. I'm fine. Oh god, like when I was a kid. Yo, I just thought of one, but I don't want to tell you guys about that one. Yeah, meditate on the humiliation. Let me just flip through that mental photo album for you. Oh, here's one. This is on brand. My parents once caught me. This was like back in like 2014 or something. They caught me ordering women's clothes on the internet, and I came up with an elaborate excuse. Like they didn't even they weren't like mad. They were just like, did you do this? Like we saw like we were just like curious about why we got this email about from Amazon. I was like, I don't know, somehow like our account, like I did it on like their Amazon account or whatever, and I was like, oh yeah, that was just for for my girlfriend to wear. It's for a joke. It's for a Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's for a mannequin. Yeah, so that wasn't that wasn't a great moment. God, I used to steal makeup from CVS all the time, and I never got caught. So that's not embarrassing. That's good. Okay. Tony Beamer says, I missed the last stream, so disregard if someone has asked, but do you favor a Democratic candidate? Also, anyone who cares for your content won't miss your past and will look forward to your future. Thank you so much, Tony. I endorse Bernie Sanders for president of the United States. And that's, I think I did say it last time, but in case I didn't, there it is. Okay. Lugnut92 says, Hi, Natalie. I feel like someone must have asked this before, but what was your Age of Empires civilization of choice? Oh my god. Well, growing up, I liked Age of Empires 2 the best. And my favorite, I think, was the Mongols, because their unique unit was that those horse archers. They're called Mangudai, right? And I really liked those guys. I used to play that game. This is like one of my like genuinely nostalgic like boyhood experiences. I used to play Age of Empires with my brothers. I have two brothers. When I was like 11 or 12, we would always play Age of Empires 2 against each other. And we had like the cutest way of doing it, because we weren't competitive at all. And our games would last like 6 hours because we didn't want to destroy each other. And we just wanted to build cities, and like obviously we wanted to like have them battle because that's like the exciting part, but we didn't actually want to win. So the game would go on for like, it would go on all day. It was a lot of fun. It's super adorable. I know. I don't think I ever realized how adorable it is until I was an adult. When we were a kid, when I was a kid, it seemed like the most fun way to play it. It didn't occur to me that was adorable until now. Okay. Let's do the other eye. Well, we're not done with this eye, but I'm gonna do one at a time just for symmetry. Anne Boyle Inn says, am I crazy, or has there been a huge upswelling of resentment about capitalism lately, and a big uptick in leftist ideas in the mainstream, like MSNBC talking about the value of labor gorge? Yes, Anne. There has been. I've like absolutely noticed this. Like, it's very, very drastic. Like it's like, I guess it's a combination of things, right? But Bernie Sanders is a big part of it, I think. Like, the fact that he's running is a huge reason, like, why we're talking about like socialism, and we're talking about capitalism as if it's a problem in mainstream American news media. Because believe me, Zoomers, may not remember this, but 10 years ago, this was unheard of. No one was fucking talking about it. Like, when I was in college, back in like 2011 or 2012, like, it was like Obama, who's now considered a lib, versus like Ron Paul. That was what the young people were debating. And I was on the Obama side, and I campaigned for Obama. But yeah, no one was like, Obama was called a Marxist. People would call him a Marxist all the time. I had this like libertarian friend in college who was like, I can't believe he's like, I went to the polls in 2012 to cast a vote against Marxism by voting for Mitt Romney. And now we're literally talking about like who owns the means of production and shit, like in American politics. I never thought I'd see the day. It's very, very different. It really is. I'm still catching up with it myself, to be completely honest. Like, this is kind of a new political world for me, for most Americans, I think. But I think it's good. Like, I think it's much needed. I think that it's shifting the Overton window. It's a healthy and much needed shift left. And I think that I'm happy that it's Bernie Sanders doing it, because I think that this focus on healthcare in particular is exactly the right way to focus, because the American like healthcare system it's just so it's inhuman. It's awful. And so I mean, to be honest, I'm not as sure about like free college for everyone, because I'm not against it. I went to college for free because of nepotism. So I, in a way, had a preview of the of socialism, and I think that's how it should be. But I also think that the way American universities are run right now assumes a for-profit model and assumes that people aren't going for free, and that's kind of a problem, because a lot of American universities, especially the top ones, they run like fucking country clubs, like the state-of-the-art gym, and the like it's just, it shouldn't be like this. I do support free college tuition. I just think it's going to have to come along with a change in the way that universities are run. This is answering a lot of questions that are not what you asked. So next question. Thank you, Anne. Take a sip. Take a sip of that tea, babes. Wait, no. Take a fucking sip, babes. I'm always confused because people put that quote into a GIF and they put a different quote than the one I actually said. In the video, it's take a fucking sip, babes. Okay. Poofy says, "Hi, Natalie." That's always, I'm sorry. I thought it was like, is it Puffy? Is it Poofy? Thanks always for your hard work. What's the best mainstream film and the best indie film you've seen in the last year or two? Well, is Parasite mainstream or indie? Because Parasite was my favorite in the last year or two. I'm trying to think if there's like a more indie film that I've seen. How's this? Let's darken up the corners a bit. Indie films I've seen. I guess I can count like old movies. I guess a lot of the movies I see might count as indie. I'm thinking, by the way, I'm not just... Okay. Is Sorry to Bother You, Indy? That was good. I generally love the horror renaissance. Like, I thought, Get Out, I thought, Us were both great. I think that Hereditary and Midsommar are deranged. They're not fun to watch, but do you realize, like, do you guys know I first saw Hereditary on a date? Which was not a good choice, but it's a good movie. Let's get a little sparkle on the lids here as I continue contemplating what counts as an indie film. I'm probably overthinking this. Sorry to Bother You is definitely indie. I don't know how the film industry works. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of indie movie, like, do YouTube videos count as indie films? What's my favorite YouTube video? I would say one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time is The Pipe Strip by Lasagna Cat. I'm sure we've talked about this before. If you haven't seen Pipe Strip by Lasagna Cat, watch it and just be enlightened. Honestly, it's one of the best things I've ever seen. Okay, how do we feel about this? I think it's fine. Let's think about mascara, and we'll move on to a different question. Oh my god, did you guys see Annihilation? It's like a weird psychedelic sci-fi movie. I thought it was I need to watch it again if I say before I say it's good, but I liked it. I thought I was like mesmerized by the experience of watching it. Okay. Amelia Maloney says, "Hey Gorge, any tips for early transition talking with parents? I get to start HRT next month and I'm out to my parents, but I don't know how to talk to them sometimes about transition." Well, I guess the main tip I can give you is like, just prepare for the fact that you're going to have to be patient, because I think a lot of times, like, especially if you have more progressive parents will say they support you at first and they'll be kind of bewildered, but like, okay, but like they sort of abstractly agree with the statement, "I support my trans child," but they don't in practice. It's not that they don't support you, it's that they are then going to struggle when the reality sets in that, like, oh fuck, my son is a woman or my daughter is a man, you know? Like, they support their trans child, but in the abstract, when it comes to the particular case and they see that it's you, their child they've always known as one gender, and that you're now living as a different gender, it's gonna fuck with them. So get ready for that, and get ready to explain things again and again. As far as how to do it, you're gonna get a lot of questions about, like, well, why didn't you tell us this sooner? Why didn't we notice this before? Like, why didn't, well, tell them the truth, I guess. But, like, some things you could say are like, look, it took you a long time to figure this out. You didn't necessarily want to talk to your gender feelings about your parents because it's not the easiest thing to talk about with anyone, much less your parents, so it's, I don't know, it's not easy. I would say just, like, the easiest way to do it is to, like, do it in, honestly, the best tip I can give you is do it in small doses. Like, don't, take breaks, in other words. Like, don't try to have, like, 5-hour conversations with your parents about this, because it will just drive you crazy. But, so when, see if you can get out of the situation, in other words, or change the subject when you can feel your patience running out. And that way, you never completely lose your temper, which is probably best to avoid, because people tend not to express themselves the best when they're losing their temper. So you're gonna have to just excuse yourselves sometimes. That's probably the reality. Gosh, it's hard to think while doing mascara. In the dark, no less. Okay. Surveillance stepdaughter says, botched bottom surgery girl again. Just about to start the process for a 4th fix-it surgery and FFS maybe too. Ooh, that sounds like a lot in one go. Be careful with that. I am kind of at odds with my local LGBT community. Long twisted story. I know how that goes. And can't get much support from them, so I'm asking for validation and kindness from you in the chat. Oh, and can you recommend online trans communities for introverted hermits? Thanks, you are amazing. Thank you. Well, I wish you luck. That sounds like it'll be a lot of surgery at one time, so I hope you have some good movies to watch, and I hope you like painkillers, because that's gonna be rough. And I would say, yeah, I understand. I know how interfighting with your own LGBT community goes. Been there, done that. Oh my god, I'm literally getting this on my face because I can't talk while doing this. Please put your support in the comments for her, and I am wishing you the best, because that sounds like it's been misery for a long time. I need to get a Q-tip. I have a lash lift, so that's why I'm not curling my eyelashes. But it kind of limits the mascara you can use. You're not supposed to use waterproof mascara on eyelashes, so I'm using this allegedly better than sex mascara. Though I don't know what kind of sex you are having if this is better for you, but it's not really working for me right now. I don't like this brush. I much prefer the like Benefit, like that curved brush. You know what I'm talking about? It's also been a little while since this lash lift, so I kind of do need to curl them. I don't know. Ah! How are we feeling about this? I feel like it's a little clumpy right here. Doing makeup in the dark. Great. See, I'm used to doing it in front of that vanity, which has like literally the brightest light in the world. Well, I'm feeling good about this. So you know what? Because I feel like my the blush is not really showing up. So we're gonna do more of that since I haven't powdered anything yet. And I'll do another question. Arson says, hello, I was initially drawn to ContraPoints by your political videos, but I've been so grateful for the direction they've gone as it helped me empathize and be a supportive friend to close friends of mine who are trans. I'm glad. Now that the old videos are removed, can you visit some older topics as Natalie? Some people are into the communism, some people are into the gays. We just need to get everyone into gay space communism. Yes. Wow, we've had a few requests from that. I mean, I will say, as far as concerns communism, I mean, the closest thing I've ever made to a video about communism is those What's Wrong with Capitalism videos, which are still on my channel because they were, in fact, post-transition. I don't recall ever making a video about communism before I transitioned. Or after, for that matter. And I... you know, as far as the alt-right stuff, you know, the one video I really would kind of like to remake is debating the alt-right, just because I think that's the one video, it's the one script I've written that has some literary merit, and I would kind of like to restage that video. So I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll redo debating the alt-right with Jackie Jackson, the Nazi, and Saul Saltzman will have to become a woman, I'm afraid, or else I can do it in boy drag. See, there we go. That's more dramatic. See, I can never wear this outside, but it looks good on camera. Kaya says, how are you holding up, Gorge? Wishing you the best. P.S. Fully support your decision to remove your old videos. Thank you, Kaya. I'm holding up okay. I'm you know, I'm not having the best month of my life, but I am still alive and I'm still making videos, so you know what, I'll be okay. I like that. Okay, let's do a little like I think we're ready to powder this. I'm gonna do lips. I'm gonna do lips and then powder it because that's gonna be a journey. Also, I'm sorry for all the distractions, but I really, really have to pee. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. Oh my god, looking in the bathroom mirror with like full lights, the blush is like blind, is like way too red, but in this dark, shitty lighting, it looks good. So we're gonna keep it. We did Kaya. Vix Atraxia says, aside from the dysphoria relief, what do you think is the best aspect of being a woman? And what's the worst? Are there things that you miss from your previous life? The best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. Shania Twain, hey, how are you? The worst thing about being a woman, well, this is kind of trans-specific, but it is like, I think there's a cis version of this, which is I often feel post-transition like I have to choose between being perceived as a woman and being taken seriously. And usually I choose being perceived as a woman, which I think has cost me somewhat in some areas of my life. And it sucks. Do I miss things from my past life? Dating was much easier. I think, especially when it comes to dating women, which I just don't know how to do that as a trans woman. So that is, you know, if you want to date women, I really recommend being a man. It's real good for that. Real good for that. So yeah, think about that one before being a woman. Okay. I need to get my lipstick. I was supposed to get this before I sat down. The fuck? Where is it? Okay, I just found this travel bag which had a bunch of my missing stuff in it. Perfect. The big they, them of the Mid-South says, hi, Nat. Hope all is well. Thank you. Do you think that the best way to respond to people who are against the usage of the word what do you think is the best way to respond to people who are against the usage of the word queer as a personal descriptor or umbrella term? It's my favorite way of describing myself, but it seems like a lot of folks lately think it's a slur, no matter the context. Thank you. Yeah, well, I find that tends to like vary a lot depending on where someone grew up. If they grew up in a rural, like conservative area, a lot of times they have very bad associations with the word queer because of people unironically talking about the queers in a negative way, whereas people who are from cities and like went to grad school, like queer is the name of an academic discipline. So I would say that, like, I don't know, I think I don't really argue against people who say that it's a slur, like, because it is in some contexts, right? So I mean, to people who are taking objection to it, like, I would say, look, like, it's fair and valid that you don't want to use this word for yourself and that you have horrible associations with it. Like, I don't think you need to persuade people that they need to be okay with that word, especially for themselves. But I do think you can talk about why you're okay with it. You can say, like, look, like, you know, this is a decades-long tradition at this point of reclaiming this word. And it's used by a lot of LGBT people. And that is, you know, at this point, like, it's kind of just a valid thing. So I got that you don't want to use it. You don't want to say that. You don't want to hear it for yourself. But, you know, it's worth learning to understand that other people have different history with the word, and that there is an established, you know, pretty significant history at this point of LGBT people reclaiming the word queer. So this is not exactly some kind of new SJW business. Like, this is pretty embedded in you know, gay culture at this point. So I think that that's kind of something that it's okay to not feel super apologetic about. But I also would be understanding about the, you know, the negative experiences that someone may have had. Eliza Prescott says, actually, you know what? Before we do that, I'm gonna do my lips because I can't talk and do my lips at the same time. Use your heads, people. Actually, you know what? Let's just... I'm not using lip liner. I'm just going to use a brush and paint the lipstick on. Too lazy to use lip liner. How's that? I think that's pretty good. Okay. Could use a little touching up on that side, I think. Let's do that. I do my makeup about 3 times as fast when I'm not on stream, by the way. My mental energy is very torn between these two very different tasks. Better. Okay. Eliza Prescott says, Nat, trans women in sports is an issue that is constantly used in the mainstream to validate and platform transphobia. Could you consider making it the subject of the video after what you're currently working on? Well, Eliza, I've been thinking for a long time I wanted to do a video about that for exactly the reason you say, that it's a very big topic right now, and it's like probably the biggest topic in mainstream discourse about trans people, and it has become kind of the rallying point for you know, people making the transphobic argument. Like, but I will also say that, like, you know, if the reason that transphobes have chosen that topic is that it is in fact very complicated, right? Like, it's actually not clear at all to me that there's a simple answer to this question in all cases. So that's why they've chosen it, right? Because here's what I mean when I say it's transphobia. I don't think it's transphobia to wonder, wait, how are we going to make it fair for trans women to be in women's sports? Because that's a question I have myself. What I think the transphobia is that, honestly, this conversation is often raised in a tone of like, why are we going to allow men to play women's sports? You know, like that's how the conversation usually starts, right? So I don't know, it's complicated, you know? And I want to do that video so bad because this is exactly the kind of topic where my, I think, more nuanced approach to things is, I think, called for. However, a lot of trans people are not ready for nuance. I'm sorry, but just to keep the lipstick off my teeth, I just, my heart cannot take more ContraPoints trans community drama for a few months. So that's honestly the reason why I'm holding off for now. Where the fuck is my powder brush? We're gonna set this. This is Charlotte Tilbury Airbrush Flawless Finish, which is something Theron showed me, and it actually is amazing. Let's get that, see if we can get that red reflection off the side of my face there. Yeah. Okay. We're almost done with this lurk. I think I just need to highlight. And I want to test out, I went to Sephora this week and I bought this crazy fucking Fenty Beauty like diamond highlighter, which is just like glitter insanity, which we're gonna try. Highlight my entire face. Yeah, let's just go all over this in a thick coat of glitter. Ooh, look at that. Let's make it really dramatic since we're on camera. Other side. See, I would never wear this out, but like on a webcam, I can do extreme shit. Let's do like a little like pop there. Maybe a little pop there. A little chin pop. Okay. I think that's done. Let me spray it in. Oh. How do we look? I'm happy with it. Considering I was not paying attention to what I was doing half the time, I think it turned out pretty well. Okay. Questions. James Chesson says, "Hey, how are you, Natalie? I'm good, Gorge. Hey, how are you, James? I was watching Opulence again recently, and the costumes in it are truly incredible. Thank you, especially the vampire one. What's your favorite color of contact lenses from any of your costumes?" Okay, I would have to say Baltimore, Maryland. Those mesmerizing pink ones, or purple ones, or whatever they were. Like, I had no idea those were going to look that cool, honestly, until I saw them on camera, and I was just like, whoa, that looks I mean, it looks good, but it looks like striking, like almost creepy, but it looks exactly right for the character. It looks celestial. So I was super happy with the way those contacts turned out. I also always enjoy doing the like red, like Lenora LeVay moments. Jesse says, or those white contacts that when I was the digital messiah. Trans-Trenders was a good video for contacts. Let's just put it that way. Jesse says, hi Natalie, do you have any thoughts about redoing some of the old topics that are no longer available on your channel? I particularly liked Does the Left Hate Free Speech 1 and 2, and I think it's a shame that they are no longer available, as I still see people use free speech as an argument to justify all kinds of bigotry. Also, I totally understand why you had to take them down, and I hope it helps. Yeah, I think if I were to remake some of the topics from my previous videos, that would be the free speech one would be a good topic, because I think that continues to be relevant. That will always be relevant as long as America is a country. And so I think that if I were to to sort of return to some pre-transition topics, it wouldn't be like white nationalism. It would be the free speech thing, because that's I also like, I've been thinking lately, because it's so hard to talk about trans issues in like a rational, nuanced way in this day and age, like, and it's so hard to talk about politics for the same reason. I kind of like want to move away from those topics, you know, because of how difficult it is, because of the pain of being harassed by like your own side so much. Like, it's really gotten to me. It's really kind of suppressed like what I'm willing to talk about. And so I think that I kind of want to return to some more like philosophical topics. And I think maybe the way I want to do that is I would like to make videos sort of like, I mean, obviously I'll be me, you know, but sort of in the style of my early videos. Like, I think that I've seen a lot of people lament the early videos be gone. Honestly, my feelings are almost a little hurt by it, because I feel like a lot of people like my pre-transition videos better than they like the videos I do now. But I don't know. I like the videos I do now, but I also kind of think that, you know, some of the things that people like about my pre-transition videos, I could bring back. Like, I think for a while I felt that my videos are too long. So I would like to do some shorter, more concise videos about like more specific topics. And I think that I think that doing like shorter videos about sort of a more philosophical topic might be something I'm interested in trying out this year. We'll think about it. Okay. Oh, it's this one. You don't get a thank you, babe. Says, hi Natalie, my wife is pregnant and watches these streams too. She's due in mid-March. Would you please give us a couple of labor instructions? That is, don't push. I.e., push and don't push. Her name is Erin. Well, Erin, congratulations. First thing I will say is, I am not a trained midwife, but I may have some feminine intuitions. I mean, I'm just gonna I'm gonna say I would just push. Like, I've never had a baby, but you know, I do have irritable bowel syndrome. I would say, you know, push, but don't forget to breathe. That's my suggestion. And I would say that my final suggestion is don't take medical advice from. I feel like we keep returning to this in this stream. Don't get your medical advice from YouTubers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that there's times in life where a doctor is called for, and I think that childbirth might be one of those times. You know, at least a midwife, depending on if you want to go natural, you want to go medical, that's your decision. But you should get someone who knows what they're doing and who's not, you know, who's not a preening transsexual YouTuber to weigh in on that, on that question. So I wish you the best. I wish the best to your new baby, and just so much love to both of you. just so in the chat says read the WikiHow article. Honestly, that's what I would do if I was having a baby. I'd go to WikiHow. How to have a baby. 3 methods. Okay. First, Sandy Voss says, "Hey Gorge, I stan you, but maybe catgirls just aren't really a thing. Sure, it's self-deprecating humor, but isn't this just as memetic as R-Trap's gay, and as unreflective of the lived experiences of most trans lesbians as autogynephilia? Some of this internet culture only serves to shame and closet trans lesbians, and reinforces compet in out trans." Well, I agree with the second part of that, but the catgirls are definitely a thing. Like, there's a lot of trans subreddits are just completely dominated by this stuff. So, I don't know. I think that the catgirls are unfortunately not mythological. We all have to deal with them. So, I think that probably it's not as big a deal as we're making it sound, that people have the right to be cringy, and being cringy is not a crime, and so I think that as trans people who are a little bit more conventionally recognizable as a normal type of person, we have, I suppose, an obligation not to get too obsessed with pointlessly hating weirdos, because it just doesn't do any good. Let weirdos be weirdos. It's a free country. It's allowed. If you want to be catgirl, that's I might roll my eyes, but it's ultimately you can give me the finger and just do what you want to do, because that's the rules that America have. So think about it. That's all I'm trying to say. Epri Jeffstein says, "Hi, I don't remember if you had plans for Cancelled Part 2, but some cool people have said that this should go deeper into connecting cancel culture with neoliberal market ideology, the concept of social capital and all that. So can we hope for new videos about ideology?" I don't think that's actually not the angle I'm planning on going in canceling Part 2. I mean, I think it's fine that people do want to go that. Let me turn this up. I think it's fine that people do want to do that angle, but to me, that's not my take, and I think that I'm kind of not the kind of YouTuber has that kind of take, because I think a lot of bread tubers are Marxists, and what they do when they approach a topic is they kind of they shove it through the Marxist meat grinder, right? They take a Marxist algorithm and they output an essay based on an input of a topic. And so, if you ask a bread tuber what, to describe a phenomenon to you that's a problem with contemporary society, you don't need to ask what they think, because you already know the answer. The answer turns out to be that it's the machinations of capital, that it's markets, that it's neoliberalism. These are the things that are causing every single social ill. But it's actually not my take. I think that there's a lot of problems with our society that are caused by capitalism, but I don't think abolishing capitalism will solve all of our problems. And I think canceling is a problem that will not be solved by abolishing capitalism, because I think that, ostracism, groupthink, the urge to exile heretics, these are problems in human societies that long predate capitalism and will long postdate it, and which show up in abundance in communist societies as well. So I think that, abolishing capitalism like that, well, that's not going to be the cure for all humanity's ills. I don't see this as a utopian project. I see it as a very specific project for economic equality. And I think that it gets dangerous to expect that abolishing capitalism will solve all of our problems, because then it's going to leave you not ready for the Joseph Stalin who takes over once capitalism is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's these problems are about power and about hierarchy and about human beings, and fixing everything or blaming literally everything on markets is I think it's too it's too one note philosophy. So that's my take. Obviously, I'll make a whole video that's more complicated than that. But I mean, and again, that's not to disparage like people who want to make that video. I mean, Peter Kaufman has made that video, right? Talking about, he's made a couple of videos, maybe like 5 or 10 videos, connecting cancel culture to markets and to social capital. I think that's a fine project, and it is, I think worth thinking about how, especially when it comes to social media, how we are using these platforms that are built to create engagement. And sometimes conflict drives engagement, and that can encourage kind of cancel culture. It can encourage conflict within movements, and that is something that's definitely worth being aware of. So I'm not totally hostile to that kind of Marxist critique. Like, I think it's valid. It's saying something that's real, but I think that the issue is not reducible to just that. I need another drink. Does anyone want anything while I'm in the kitchen? Do you want to get you a Cuba Libre or a I don't know, a glass of wine or something? Just let me know. Leave your drink requests in the chat, and I'll see you in 50 seconds. Okay, Bread Chat. Hey, how are you? Now that my makeup's done, let's bring the monitor down just a little bit here. It's kind of a lot. Oh, that's much nicer, don't you think? Okay, let's not put this. I'm not putting this giant ramen coke on top of my $10 million Natasha Denona palette. Let's just okay. All right. Let's settle into a post makeup stream. This is exciting. No distractions. Pure ideology. Okay. Jesse Callaghan says, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say I'm proud of you for removing your pre-transition videos. Thank you, Jesse. It's nice to hear some people say that. Eliana says, hey boo, I was wondering if you had any advice for a newly cracked egg. Specifically coming out to my friends. On one hand, I want it to be a serious discussion. On the other, I kind of want to pull a power move and come out via meme. Much love, Ellie, previously Nathaniel. Edit, obviously, I'll be coming out to my close friends in person. This is more for my friend group at large. That was how I felt too. Like I wanted to come out in a serious way to people, but I also felt that my personality was more like, you know, I didn't want to be be overly grave about it, you know. So I think a mix of sincerity and memery has always worked for me, and I do recommend it to others. So I would say that you know, make sure it's clear that you're not joking. Like don't just like post like a joke about being trans to Facebook, because that might not quite you know, people might think you're joking. But you know, you can write 1 or 2 paragraphs, keep it simple, keep it short, hitting the vital points. This is something you've been struggling with for a long time. It's sort of a realization that's been difficult for you to contend with, but that you've come to see it as inevitable, and that you know it will make you happier. And then you explain, so here's my new name, please call me this from now on. Here's my new pronouns, please call me this from now on. And then you make a couple jokes about gender, and you're out. That seems as good. That's as good as a coming out post as any could be. I think for a wider group of friends, a Facebook post is like honestly totally fine, or whatever you kids use. Snapchat, TikTok. Oh my god, I just saw someone in the chat say, wait, where's the comment? This lesbian laps up lemon water, and I don't know who they're talking about, but that's a literal description of me. I drink lemon water all day. Okay. Congratulations on coming out. Rob WK sprach. I was talking with a cis gay male friend about the use of testosterone to augment masculine qualities, which is pretty common in gay culture. He was describing his experience in the vocabulary of transgender experience. I've actually not heard of people doing this. I've heard of like Davis Arini doing this. I must not be plugged in enough to like super mask gay culture. While his choice of language was perhaps misappropriated, the underlying idea was intriguing. What do you think about using hormones, etc., to amplify masc femme qualities, as opposed to transition from one side of the binary to the other? And what place might that have in discussions of gender identity? Well, I mean, on the female side of things, it's not at all unusual for cis women, of course, to take hormone therapy. In fact, the same hormone therapy, more or less, that I'm taking. Obviously, post-menopausal cis women take hormone therapy all the time. Like, that's why this was invented. It's still probably the most common use for it. If you Google like HRT, like most of the results are going to be oriented towards cis women, because when you go through menopause, like your estrogen level goes down. I don't know the exact endocrinological details about what happens exactly, but basically a lot of cis women do take HRT. taking it specifically because you want to be more masculine as a man, that does strike me as a bit different. Because I don't know of any medical benefits to that. Whereas there are, like, arguably, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Please stop. Please don't ask me for medical advice. There are, medical benefits to HRT. Some people claim. Anyway, I know that's a little bit contentious, but testosterone. I mean, I know about Davis Arini, like I said. I know about alpha males taking testosterone. I don't know what the science is on this, and I don't know if it helps, if it does anything. It sounds to me like you also could risk becoming very aggressive and very bald. So, I think do I think it's interesting? Yes. I think that there's maybe some positives to reminding everyone that, like, look, hormones taking as transphobes like to say, synthetic hormones, like, that's not just for trans people, and it's a thing a lot of cis people do for a lot of different reasons. So I do think that that the idea that it's just this weird trans experiment is sort of not true. And yeah, the gender identity of cis people is also related to biology, right? It's related, like, the way we think about the way we talk about testosterone. I think this is kind of an interesting facet of transmasculine experience, because testosterone, like estrogen, there's not really a cultural mythology around estrogen. There certainly isn't around progesterone, right? Whereas there is an intense cultural mythology around testosterone among cis men. So, that's kind of an interesting, an interesting sort of symbolic thing that I guess trans men have to engage with, that I have not had to engage with as a trans woman who takes estrogen. Jacqueline Finnan says, how do you balance conciseness with thoroughness when trying to explain a concept to someone for the first time? I guess if I'm having a conversation with someone, I'm explaining, if they ask me about, like, say something that's transgender related, I will give them a concise version first, and then let them ask questions, and let my answers to the questions fill in the thoroughness. That way, I'm giving what seems like a clear, confident answer without a lot of preamble or stipulation, and then their own skepticism and curiosity, I'm ready for it, right? I can fill in details, and I seem like I know what I'm talking about that way. So that's always worked for me. Sam, could you gay-splain something to a cishet? I'll do my best. Where do RuPaul's boobs go after he's done with them? Is it prosthetic, CGI, or trans witchcraft? Well, congratulations, Sam, on the most cishet question I've ever been asked. Yeah, I believe it's mostly trans witchcraft with a little bit of CGI in the mix. No, a lot of drag queens use breast forms if they're wearing, like, a dress, or I've seen some drag queens wear, it's like a bib that goes all the way up to their neck, and that way it kind of, like, because of where the chin goes, you don't notice that it's a bib. So I would assume they go into a box when she's done, and I think that, maybe they might also go on the floor of the bathroom. I don't know. I'm sure that a queen or two has put their breast forms or their bib there, and it's acquired cat hair. Just so these are the secrets of the gays. Revealed, exposed, the tea is piping hot. I hope I've cleared that up. Matthew Reese or Rice says, Dr. ContraPoints? Another, oh no. Another hormone question here. All right, Dr. ContraPoints. Here we go. I'm sorry. Like, I've never gotten so many medical questions on one of these streams. Okay, I'll do my best, Matthew. Okay, Dr. ContraPoints, another hormone question here. I've been on half-dose T blockers for a decade because I have the same no aging into an older man sort of deal. I also have zero desire to be a woman. What's up with this? Am I valid? Can you roll a die or do some tarot to help me figure out my gender or something? What MB gender subclass am I part of? Wow. It sounds like what you're describing sounds to me what a lot of people who identify as agenders say. So you don't identify as a man, which is your assigned gender, but you also don't think of yourself as a woman and don't have a desire to think of yourself as a woman. So it sounds like based on your three sentences, it's my medical opinion is it sounds like you don't want to identify as any gender at all. So agender, that seems to be identity that a lot of non-binary people who feel that way go for. So that would be my my diagnosis. And the important thing to remember is that is final, and what I say trumps any other doctor's opinion because I have YouTube subscribers. Like, comment. Okay. Maggie's daddy says, I saw Danny DeVito and I thought of you. Well, I don't think I've ever been more flattered by something in my entire life. Wait, didn't I say I wanted to meet Danny DeVito? That's what you thought of? Okay, got it. You saw him? I'm so jealous. Where did you see? Well, I can't ask you questions. You can ask me questions. I wish I saw Danny DeVito. I'm glad you thought of me. You should have said hi for me. Well, you shouldn't have. Okay, JS Finberg says, I'm really sad to see the old videos were taken down. I think I would fit into the category of people who got out of the alt-right pipeline because of content like why the alt-right is wrong and debating the alt-right and what the alt-right fears. Do you have any plans to revisit those topics? Would you mind if someone used your transcripts to make their own content about those things? I'm happy for people to cite my transcripts if they want to make content about that. I'm getting so many questions about this that I'm kind of starting to wonder if maybe I'm wrong about the alt-right not being a thing anymore. Like, am I like, let me know in the comments. Like, am I wrong? Like, is the alt-right pipeline alive and well and I'm just not paying attention? Or is it kind of a thing of the past, which is how I experience it? I don't know if it's still alive and well, going strong. Then maybe I should go back to it because I have the experience. Like, I know how to deal with these people at this point. So if it's still a thing, point me to the big point. I don't know. I see the chat is a bunch of people saying it's still a thing. So maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. If the alt-right is alive and well, like send me their leaders, and I'll give them the ContraPoints treatment, Gorge. I think but if it's not a thing, then I don't really see a reason to return to that topic. It's in the off season. Okay. I think would look really good is if I had that highlight, if I brought it all the way up here. Like, let's see if I can do that. Because I just love the way my light is hitting my cheekbone. And I want to emphasize it, you know? Oh, fuck, I can't do this because it's not a mirror. Oh, okay. There's a mirror. Do you see what I'm trying to do? Oh, that worked. I love it. Look at that. Okay. Riley Dosh says, hey, how are you, Gorge? I'm good, Riley. Thank you. Hey, how are you? What are your best hangover cures? Asking for a friend. Well, Riley, I think that honestly, like, there's no magic in hangover cures, right? What you need is hydration, you need electrolytes, and you need Advil. So I don't suggest Tylenol after drinking a lot, because Tylenol is also bad for your liver, and you don't want to mix a bunch of alcohol with Tylenol because it's bad for your liver. But I think Advil is okay. So take that for the headache. It kind of depends. It is another medical question. I know. It kind of depends, but this time at least I know what I'm talking about, okay? It kind of depends on how severe the hangover is. If you're like vomiting, acting like retching, like, well, I mean, literally anything you can keep it down, that's the best you can do. I like little sips of water. Gatorade is good. I like to make like I like to make my own kind of Gatorade-esque drinks without the sugar. So I like a little bit of sea salt in my water, in my lemon water. Lately, I've been drinking unfiltered apple cider vinegar in water, especially in sparkling water. I don't know if I haven't tried it on a hangover yet, but that might be too acidic. You might not want to do that on a hangover, but you do want electrolytes. So a little bit of salt, lemon water. Saltine crackers are good. If you're not retching, if your stomach's okay, but you're just like a headache, then I would say, I like to eat like a big, gross, fatty, carby, disgusting meal. Like go to fucking IHOP and just like get a bunch of pancakes and like eggs and shit like that. Like that, I love that on like a moderate hangover. That kind of like takes care of me. Those are my thoughts. Like, comment, and subscribe. Hope you feel better and that headache stops. Jeffrey Skarsky says, one of my greatest challenges in personal growth has been learning compassion for my past self. Although I try to be an ally, I don't get dysphoria in the way I can get other types of suffering. So I avoid having anything like an opinion on how a person ought to cope with that. Would it be unreasonable of me to observe the same sort of struggle in your work on gender? Either way, it's definitely an angle for a video about veterans, at least for some of us. You mean compassion for the past self? Well, are you right to observe the struggle in my videos? Oh, the struggle throbs throughout every video I've ever done about gender. I mean, but I think that for me, yeah, I would say that's right. I do struggle with compassion for my past self, but it's much more drastic than just a lack of compassion for my past self. Like, it's also like a feeling of total alienation. And for me, part of why I remove my videos is that if videos are on my channel, people expect me to be able to account for things I said in the past, and to account for my past self, and to be represented for my past self. Like, people on these AMA streams regularly will ask me about those pre-transition videos, as if like I should be able to say what I was thinking back then, and whether I still agree with things I said back then. Well, the truth is, I view myself. I feel totally like, I haven't watched one of those old videos in 2 years at least. And like a pre-transition video, I haven't watched one, I don't think, since whenever I last did those like commentary streams, which was was that late 2017 or early 2018? It was at least 2 years ago. And one thing, I've been going back and forth on whether to take them down. One of the things that finally convinced me, well, it was two things that kind of pushed me over the edge. One was the YouTube algorithm started suggesting them to people. So it was one thing when these videos were kind of just passively sitting there at the bottom of my channel, like, okay, yeah, whatever. But when I started being recommended videos of mine from 2016, I was like, nope. These have got to go. If these are going to be recommended to you, like new videos, they've got to go. And the second was I actually tried watching one. I think I tried watching 10 seconds of Alpha Males, and when I heard that voice, I did not recognize it. I don't recall ever sounding like that, and it was so creepy, hearing a voice that I know must have been mine, but which nonetheless I don't recognize. It was a totally foreign alien voice, and that I was like, I can't handle this. So I that's kind of one thing that pushed me over the edge. So I think it's more than just that's just an issue of compassion. It's like it's a fracturing of identity that's about as dramatic a fracturing as you can have, to the point where I feel like it is two different people, and I don't feel I have much to do with that past person, except that I happen to be him in some metaphysical time sense. But apart from that, I disown the person, you know? I also don't think... Yeah, okay. I think I answered the question. But thank you. Dymphomaniac says, is this the visionary art stress you would say yes to? Let's look at the link. Ah, yes. Yes! This is the dress. This is the dress I was talking about last stream with the beads and the pearls. It's... God, it's so good. Like, I would absolutely say yes to this. It's like, because it's not just like the intricacy and the devotion that this person put into this dress. It's also like it's just well designed. Like even down to the pattern. Like what I love, like I want to wear this dress because it looks flattering. Like look at the pattern around the waist, like that corset pattern, so flattering to wear. And the way the colors, even like the way that blue drips, kind of giving the impression of a kind of like mini dress, sort of that's colored out, and then there's like the big, you know, flowing wedding dress, like skirt. I just and that like bizarre like scalloped neckline, so fucking beautiful. God, I want it. Okay, that's enough out of me on that. Let me put it in the chat since you guys don't have it. I'm sorry. I should have put it in the chat in the beginning. Someone post that link in the comments so people who watch the archive can look at it. Okay. Marissa says, hey, Gorge, how do we overthrow the DNC? Okay. I don't know if, I don't know if we can overthrow the DNC. However, I think that, having a candidate like Bernie Sanders, who's not really backed by the DNC, be so overwhelmingly supported by voters that in effect can, I think it's our best chance of overriding Democratic establishment ideas. Because if what the electorate wants is a Bernie Sanders, and if what the DNC wants is a Mike Bloomberg, like at some point, like this is still technically some semblance of a democracy. And if voters want Bernie, then that in effect has to rule. If it doesn't, then my faith in American democracy just slips that much lower. Sarah Jeanette Jin says, that's a pretty name. Hey Gorge, do you have any self-care tips for getting through the winter? Oh, good question. Because I have terrible seasonal depression. As if the other shit going on for me wasn't enough. I have terrible seasonal depression, and okay, my tips. Okay, so the humidifier, the essential oil diffuser that's going on over here in the fire zone, that really is good for me. And I put essential oils in it. It keeps my room nice and like hydrated. It feels like a goddamn rainforest in here. I mean, you don't want it to be that moisturized, otherwise it will be cause mildew. But that and taking baths, like I take a bath. I know we talk about baths a lot, but that's okay. It's very on brand. I take a bath every night through the winter, and I put jojoba oil and essential, like rose essential oils and Epsom salts in it. And sometimes I add coconut oil too if I want to feel really oily, and that way my skin feels it's just super fucking moist, super fucking hydrated, and it just really helps me not feel like if it's gonna be dark and miserable. I put colored lights in my house. I do candles, just pretty lights, pretty smells, warm, moisturizing baths. Like these things kind of like make it seem less miserable that it's dry and dark and freezing all the time. That's what helps me. Anyway, I used to do that in Chicago too. Like that's when I started taking baths every day. Was when it was winter in Chicago when I was a grad student, and like, sorry, I'm getting a little bit drunk, so I'm just like running my mouth in response to these questions. But like, I just had a memory that I'm going to tell you about because it's my AMA stream and you have to listen to me. When I was in Chicago, I was a grad student. I was so unhappy. I was like that was like one of the most depressed times in my life, apart from like now. And I used to like I hated grad school. I hated academic philosophy. I would get home from my stupid classes and I would just by myself get really drunk and really high, and I would take a bath and I would eat like cake and like drink fucking Chardonnay and just like be a fucking decadent queen in that bath in my shitty bed bug infested Chicago apartment. God, fuck that whole 2 years of my life. That was awful. It was, and there's like gunshots outside the window. That's the kind of neighborhood I was in, and I was just sitting there in my bathtub. I remember the first time I heard the gunshots, and I was a naive white, and I called the police, and they didn't come. So I never called the police again after that. Okay. Wow, that was a tangent. Yeah, laugh at me for calling the police. Well, look, if you're a white person and you're not used to hearing like literal fucking gunfire outside your window, you know, you think that calling the police is what you're supposed to do. But no, I like, cause I heard like there's like I heard 9 gunshots and a woman scream, which is a pretty alarming thing to hear, right? And so I called the police and I was like, yeah, I just heard 9 gunshots and a woman scream. And they were like, what neighborhood are you in? And I was like, I told them exactly where I was. And they were like, okay. And then they just hung up and nothing happened. No police ever showed up. And now I don't call the police anymore. I've learned. Okay. Yeah, it's a dark story. Chicago's a dark city. It is a memory. Okay, that's way more than Sarah signed up for. When she asked about self-care tips, Sarah literally, she asked for self-care tips, and I talked about Chicago gun violence. Okay, well, I started it with self-care, and it just kind of escalated. Okay, Jason Lorenzetti says, I completely understand taking down the early videos for now, but please don't erase them. They're part of our shared experience. Paywall archive, maybe? So... okay. I'm not going to delete them. Okay, I'm not going to erase them. Also, it's not possible to erase them because once something is on the internet, it's always on the internet. So, you know, don't worry about that. Like, literally the Library of Congress is archiving these videos, so like maybe I'm not worried about them being deleted. I just don't want them on my fucking channel. You know, should I look, I don't know how my feelings about this will change, right? There may come a time in my life when I feel like I don't give a shit anymore, and like, yeah, I'm like totally at peace with my past, and like including like videos of it. But you know, maybe I will. I mean, I'm not totally ruling out putting them on like a separate archive channel, but honestly, like the number of people who are like demanding or asking or begging or whatever that I put up these videos somewhere else is making me defensive about the boundary that I've set. And so that's making me less likely to do it, because I wish people would, I just wish people would just respect that I don't want them up right now. And that way, but like the fact that people like are keeping asking me if I will put them up somewhere else, or like, is making me want to be more it's making me want to be more defensive of my own boundary. Joshua Analyx says, I really dug the opera talk last AMA and wanted to say shame shows once again that you and Zoe are an artistic match made in heaven. Have you seen the 1983 film The Hunger? It features a sex scene between Susan Sarandon and Catherine Deneuve, set to the Flower Duet, plus David Bowie as a vampire, and Schubert's Piano Trio No. 2 in E flat major. I have not seen that, but it sounds like I better see it, because that seems like absolutely my kind of thing. Tamala Peranovic. Tamala rhymes with Pamela. Oh, like Tamala and Strangers with Candy, Tammy Little-Nut. It's a great name, Tamala. Hey Nat, what are 3 things, aside from the sort of thing you would put in your videos, that you could teach me? Okay, class is in session. Hey, are you? Okay, what are things I could teach you? Okay, let me think of things that I recently learned. I don't know if these are going to be things that actually are educational, because I'm kind of a dum-dum. So some of the things that I learned recently are things that everyone knew a long time. Like, embarrassingly recently, I've learned that ponies, they're not baby horses. It's like a whole different animal. Woks. When you're cooking in a wok, only the middle gets really hot, so you can't cook that many things in a wok. This is my new channel. This is my new show I'm trialing, called ContraPoints Teaches the Obvious. Okay, and the last thing is that the German philosopher Hegel didn't actually propose that history moves through periods of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and that's actually kind of a like early 20th century misreading, because the words he actually used were different words that I forget, but that's not actually what the Hegelian dialectic is, according to Hegel scholars. And just for a bonus 4th thing, I will say that you have to check the ingredients on setting spray, because if it contains denatured alcohol, you're literally just drying out your fucking skin. So don't use like Urban Decay's setting spray, because it has denatured alcohol in it. I learned this from a YouTuber named Luxuria, who is a trans woman vlogger I adore and is highly underrated, so also go subscribe to her. Okay. Okay. Jessica S says, hey Gorge, have you considered doing another makeup stream? Oh my god, Jessica, I'm doing one right now! The last one was so fun and I occasionally watch it. When you originally said you were doing a makeup stream, I thought this is what you meant, and I was so excited. Lots of love, Jessica. Okay, well, Jessica, I'm sure you're very happy right now. because I literally just did the thing. Hey, how are you? Yes, it's Luxuria, like Lux. I think it's Uria, maybe it's Eria. It's one of the two. Okay. Jessica Burgos says, "Have you ever read Alan Watts? If so, what do you think of his work?" Okay, so I have read him actually in high school, but I don't remember reading him. What I do remember is watching his YouTube videos. I watched a lot of Alan Watts lectures, and like I find them like this. It's not really my own philosophical orientation. Like I'm like a woman of the world, you know. Like I don't really do that whole like Buddhist like separation from your desires and your ego and all that stuff, because I'm completely 100% a slave to my desires and my ego. But I will say that I like listening to him, and like sometimes I think about like Buddhist philosophy as like an interesting alternative to my obviously dysfunctional and ineffective way of living. So it actually wasn't Alan Watts. I was did I say this on the last stream? I think I did. But I was watching like a David Foster Wallace interview. I know, cringe. But he said that there's a lot of narcissism in self-loathing. And I was like, oh fuck. That's kind of true. 'Cause like the self-loathing is a detailed obsession with the self, and maybe that is a kind of narcissism, and that made me wonder if I should become a Buddhist and change my life. But also here's the thing about that. I don't know if I can detach from the ego, because like I feel like Buddhist philosophy is not super fucking realistic, because part of being an embodied animal is that you are egocentric, because you are this, right? Like, I don't know. You can be like I don't know. I can see like at various points throughout the day, it can be helpful maybe, and I could probably stand to do this. Like I could probably be a little more Buddhist than I am now in this sense. Like I think that probably detaching from my ego would probably be a little bit helpful for me. But also, I think that, I don't know, something about it just doesn't appeal to my personality. But then, maybe I should work on that. Alexandria Chloe says, Meowdy Gorge. Well, how is Busch Gardens, Williamsburg? Wow, how do you know about that? Did I mention that in a fast stream? I've been in a bit of a fascination with roller coasters lately, and been playing a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was good. I must have told you guys about this before. When I was a kid, Busch Gardens Williamsburg, that was the theme park that I went to when I was 13, and I went back there last October, and it was fun. I went with Chad, and it was really cute and fun. And we went on all those. There's a new roller coaster there we went on the Griffin, which is the really scary one, and I was very scared, but it was actually really fun. So yeah. Okay. Dress goes spinny this spring. Yes. Just yes. Tracy Davis says, an MB person who uses its pronouns has started attending the LGBTQ plus group I facilitate. Are these pronouns commonly used? A few of the members told me they have a problem with this. I don't want any friction. Thoughts? Okay. I've known of a few people in my life who they used its pronouns. It always makes me a little bit uncomfortable, if we're being totally honest, because I view it as the dehumanizing thing transphobes say about trans people. And I but you know, ultimately, like, if someone likes it, it's like whatever. I think that it's, if that's what they like, whatever people want, I'll do my best to go along with. You know, you know, like, just because I have horrible associations with it, okay, well then don't call me it, but I can call someone else if that's really what they want. So, is it common? No. But would I say it's not allowed? No. Like, if that's what someone wants, fine. Alice says, campaign update. In this week's Democratic primary debate, Amy Klobuchar said, I have an idea for how we can stop sexism on the internet. We can nominate a woman for a candidate for president of the United States. What do you think of this idea? Okay, well, here's the thing. I really do want a woman to be president. Like, when people are overly dismissive of the idea of having a woman president, I get suspicious, because I think that watching the way Elizabeth Warren is received by people, really, I mean, and Hillary Clinton, like, it really has convinced me that this country is, like, not ready for a woman president, and it just goes to show the depth and the level of misogyny that still exists. Like, we're more likely to have a socialist Jewish man as president than we are to have any other kind of woman. Like, we had a black man before we had a woman. We had this country is not at all capable of accepting a woman in a power, and that is something that's really kind of, it kind of hurts. It's just, I don't know, it just like hurts. You know? That said, in the most literal sense, will we stop sexism on the internet by electing a woman president? No. In fact, it may, make things worse. It probably would make things worse for a while because of the extent of the backlash. And I think, I think, you know, like I see someone responding to your comment saying, did Obama's presidency end racism? No, right? There was a massive racist backlash. Now, we should not avoid having a black president or a woman president to evade the backlash. Fuck no. We should still try to have a woman president. However, the backlash is undeniable, and we should be ready for that when it happens. And being overly Pollyanna-ish about, having a woman as president, well, that'll stop sexism. Like, let's not be ridiculous. Okay, Woland says, what's that beautiful recording of the flower duet that plays at the beginning of the third section of Shame? The one in A flat that sounds fairly old. Thanks for everything you do. Hang in there, Gorge. Thank you, Woland. It is. You're right. It's an old recording that I got on the Wikimedia Commons from like 1917, and then Theron, Theron still does some things for my videos. She did this very pretty kind of like alteration of it with reverb to make it sound like it's kind of like in the room, in the hall outside the door or something like that. I have to pee again. I'm sorry. I'm super sorry. I have a tiny bladder and I've been drinking a lot of rum and cokes. I'll be right back. Hey, how are you? Okay. Quizoid says, Sayonara Wild Hearts is an aesthetic tarot-themed video game. Narrated by Queen Latifah, starring a cis or trans lesbian getting over her heartbreaks by traveling a magical world. Fighting masked representations of her exes and life experiences. I've watched Gamer Dude streamers cry at the end. How do you think it is that fiction increases empathy? Well, I think that in fiction, you actually get closer to another person's experience and to their feelings and to their life than you often get in like day-to-day interactions with other people. So I think fiction can be a very powerful way to increase awareness of experiences that are different from that of the audience, because it brings you into a life that is not your own, in a way that even like a 15-minute conversation with someone at a bar or something won't. I've never heard of that game. That sounds fascinating. Okay. Anna Leo says, or Ona Leo, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Hi, Natalie. I've recently been struggling with being self-destructive. What's that like? Just kidding. It seems like I always somehow sabotage myself when things start to go good for me. I'm convinced I'm my own worst enemy. Do you have similar struggles? And if so, how do you cope? Yes. I mean, I definitely am that bitch. Like, self-destructive. Well, you know, I don't know that I necessarily sabotage myself when things start to get good for me. Or do I? I guess I do in some situations. Yeah. Well, if your problem is specifically self-sabotage when things go well, I mean, that can come from low self-esteem. Like, it can come from thinking that you don't deserve, or secretly feeling like you don't deserve for things to go well. You don't deserve good things to happen to you. You don't deserve, love, and you don't deserve success. Well, you have to work on getting over that feelings. Like, I don't know. Even if you don't, like, when something starts to go well for you, like, just tell yourself, well, it's about time. You know, like it's even if you don't believe it, just tell it to yourself, and you'll feel a little more like, you know, you can laugh at yourself even while you're telling yourself that, but just experiment with having the thought, well, it's about time I was treated the way I deserve, right? And you might feel, you might not believe yourself when you're saying that, but it's kind of a fun little thought to experiment with having, you know what I'm saying? And it will, like, I find like telling myself that kind of thing like helps to kind of like boost my sense of my ability to enjoy my own success instead of sabotaging myself, or instead of feeling like I don't deserve it. Reihua Wu says, suppose you never had to pay rent. Where would you choose to live? I don't want to be a cliche, but I think New York City. And I think I would live in like, I don't know, like a row house, like in the West Village or the Upper East Side of one of those mega bougie places, because I really like I honestly, like, I do love Manhattan. Like, I just love it. Like, I know it's so fucking cliche and fucking bougie and blah, 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 blah. But like, there's just something magical about it. And I don't actually want to live there because, one, it's just really, really expensive, and I'd have to live in a little apartment, which in Baltimore, I can live in a fucking mansion for the price of a little apartment in Manhattan. And two, not that I do live in a mansion, by the way, this is the same as Uber driver apartment I was in when I started. But, you know, I just think that, if rent wasn't an issue, then that would I don't know, that might change. And I don't know about that, because I do enjoy living in a city where the streets are not full of trash at all hours of the day and night. That is like gotta be the worst thing about New York. I don't know. I haven't been to that many places though. Like, I want to try. Like, you guys keep asking me about travel. Like, here's a very not bougie thing about me. I know I say a lot of bougie things about me. There's some very not bougie things about me too. Here's one of them. I haven't seen the world. I haven't seen anything. Like, I've basically only been to America and to the UK, and like no other countries. I've never been to Europe. I've never been to Asia. And I don't know. I want to go to other places. And then maybe I'll have more ideas about where I want to live. Cloud Sifter says, Natalie, will you be making new videos to cover some of the topics covered in the videos you removed? The election this year is critical, and some of the topics you covered, Trump, socialism, and the two definitions of the left, etc., are extremely relevant now, missing or only partially covered with the videos remaining. So I would be surprised if I make it through the end of 2020 without doing one video, at least, that touches on, like, the election drama. Now, I will say that one thing that does kind of dissuade me from doing that, well, there's two things that dissuade me from doing that kind of content. One is that election drama moves at a very fast pace. So keep in mind, it takes me a month to make a video. So if I make a video about election stuff, it has to be stuff that's going to be relevant a month after I'm writing the script, and not just a month. Like, because I'm making at this point I understand. Like, look how upset people are that I removed videos I made 4 years ago. Like, is a video about the 2020 election going to be interesting and relevant in 2024? I don't know if it would be, you know? So that's another thing that kind of keeps me from wanting to do that kind of content. But that said, I will probably make a video this year that's at least tangentially related. That's at least indirectly related to election stuff. Yeah. Dapper Sappho says, hey Natalie, are there any countries you would like to visit that you haven't already? Stay amazing, Gorge. Oh my gosh. Travel. Okay, so Japan. I really want to go to Japan. I really want to go to Germany. I really want to go to Italy. I really want to go to France. Those are the big ones, I guess. I should go to Mexico. Maybe. I've never been to Mexico. I've been to Canada, but not Mexico. Oh, Brazil, of course. I don't know if I want to go to Brazil right now. The political situation is a little bit, but so is America's political situation, so I don't know. I go to Brazil. Guatemala. A friend of mine is about to move to Ecuador, so maybe I might come to Ecuador. That could be my, South America adventure. Is going to Ecuador. We go to Galapagos. So I've been to Scotland. That's true. I've been to Scotland. I really would like to go to South America. My brother goes to Costa Rica sometimes. I could go to Costa Rica. I mentioned Brazil and you take over the chat. Yeah, I have a lot of Brazil fans. That's a good reason to go. Because that would be super fun. Oh my god, Brazil ContraPoints meetup? That would be amazing. Alejandro Herrera says, do you think it's ironic that the Dems are dead set on making sure Sanders doesn't win, while at the same time his social democratic policies will save them from political irrelevancy and slow the American economy's inevitable collapse? Even my fellow anarchists believe that Sanders will only delay the inevitable, but still are going to vote for him. I think it's beyond ironic. I mean, it's pure foolishness. Like, I don't know, like, well, it's beyond foolishness. It's like a deep investment in certain elements of the economic status quo that leads the Democrats to just ignore the fact that it's like time for more radical policy than the ones they've proposed. Like I don't know. It's like a lack of having a finger on the pulse and being overly invested in ideas that sort of made sense from their perspective in like 2008. You know what I mean? Like it's just not. I don't know. I mean, I've spent my entire adult political life basically basically looking at the Democrats and saying, wow, I thought nothing could be worse than the Republicans. And then here are these people. It's very frustrating. Cray-America says, now that you're a lesbian, you have to choose. Which model of Subaru do you feel best benefits your lifestyle? Okay. I used to drive a Subaru, actually, because I inherited it from my mom when she got a new car. Although my mom was not a lesbian, but she was just open-minded and just curious, and she got a Subaru, and it was a Forester. Is that a car? Is that the name of it? Subaru Forester. Yes, it was a Subaru Forester. That's what I used to drive, and I don't know a lot about cars. It worked. It had room for stuff in it. It's like a little baby SUV. So that was my lesbian car moment. And I don't know. I might maybe now that I'm a gay, I'll be back to that. I think that I can see that. I can see that for me. Cade Pumpkin or Katie. Is it Cade or Katie? I think it's Cade. Hey, Gorge. So, a while ago, Theron posted a picture of her in a shirt that said biological and said it was possible merch. I couldn't find the tweet/post, but I think it was. I was wondering if you planned on making it. I would definitely buy. Haha. Love and appreciate you. And sorry if I'm misremembering. Well, yes. So that was a proposed merch design, which I don't think we are doing, but we're currently working on some new merch designs, which should be available, I think, in the next couple months. So we're doing it as fast as we can. It's hard. It's actually difficult to do merch. Like, it's a whole process, and we're working on it. And it's not the biological one, but we have some designs that I think are really cool. So we're gonna get this out as fast as possible, and I will post on all social medias once I have new merch. No hints. I'll wait till the launch. I've always wanted to do a merch launch. That's a lot of fun, right? Okay. Totally Not a Cat Girl says, hi, Natalie. Oh god. I've been struggling with your recent commentary on cat girls. Well, you're trying to trigger me, and you're doing such a good job. I stand. And sure, by some measures, the whole cat girl thing is pretty indefensible. But there's still a part of me that giggles about it and requires head pats. What am I to do? This question is half tongue-in-cheek. Feel free to skip. Well, I think you're super heckin' valid, Uwu. I'm dying. I support your journey. And Nyadawi. No, it's so bad. Oh god, the chat is saying I'm coughing hairballs. Fuck you. You know, I think whatever cat girls want to do in the bedroom is none of my business. But just keep it away from my children, and is all I'm trying to say. Anyway, head pats, you're super heckin' valid. Whatever people say. I'm a heckin'... What was the quote? I'm a heckin' lesbian cowgirl cum slut. Ooh woo. Ew, I hate it. I hate it. Okay. Anthony Hodock says, "Hey beloved, I loved the absurdist humor and some of your older videos. And speaking of older videos, would you ever film more on the topic of the alt-right and Nazis?" God, you guys love Nazi videos. It's just everyone's favorite thing. I don't know. Like, are not, like, I feel like I said this earlier, but I just feel like Nazis are just not the most, like, pressing issue in 2020 the way they were in 2017 or 2016. I mean, I guess I could make videos about Nazis just for the sake of entertainment, but to me, I guess there seems something a little bit cheap about just dunking on Nazis when Nazis are not currently a pressing problem. You know what I'm saying? That's my feeling about it. But I don't know. If so many people are just like Nazi content, Nazi content, Nazi content, Nazi content, then I don't know. Maybe I'll consider it. Okay. Reed Carter says, "Hey Nat, I'm ready to let go of the last piece of my self-righteous tranarchist catgirl phase and actually learn to enjoy drag queens." Congratulations, Reed. Where's a good place to start? Who are some of your faves? Well, most people these days start by watching Drag Race, and it's a pretty entertaining show. So that's a pretty good place to start. If you're a more philosophically minded person, which you likely are if you're watching ContraPoints, I mentioned in the last video, Trixie and Katya on WoW Presence, and I think that if you're a ContraPoints fan and you like philosophical content, start with Trixie and Katya. Like, those are if you're looking to stand some drag queens, that's kind of the place for a ContraPoints fan to start, in my opinion, because I mean, it's not that the videos aren't about philosophy, but they're about like life, you know. They're about shame and high school and dating and love and rejection and degeneracy and all this kind of thing, you know. Someone tries to support your local drag scene. Yeah, that's also, you know, that's a good, you know, leftist take. Is that you should also not just watch Drag Race, but support your local drag queens, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's a good idea too. But I mean, if you're literally like looking to like get into this for the first time, like most people these days, come on, let's be honest, like they start with Drag Race. Maybe that's bad. Maybe we don't like it, but it seems to be what gets people into it. Okay. Oh wait, we need new music. Okay. Dan Cole says, "These AMAs are great because while your video content is just about the best thing ever made by humans," oh gosh, "the audiences love direct interactions with their creators. It's parasocial fuel, i.e. notice me, senpai. Would you ever consider a medium that lends itself to even more audience interaction? A Twitch makeup channel, meet and greets, Discord, Reddit, AMAs, a parade float?" Well, I used to do some of that stuff. I used to do meetups. I used to do, you know, some of you guys remember this, an older Patreon reward was an AMA stream that like an earlier Patreon reward was a Discord hangout, which was very like voice to voice interaction. But the thing is, it's just not practical to do at the level I'm at. I mean, how many people are watching this stream right now? Let me check. 230 people. I can't have 230 people in a Discord hangout. It's just chaos, you know? So, and you know, I haven't done a meetup in a long time because so I might do a meetup. I might do an official like VidCon organized meet and greet at VidCon. So that would be the chance to see me in person. But I can't do I can't just tell people to come to a bar anymore like I used to, because a few things, you know, I'm afraid. Like, I'm afraid of crazy people coming and like hurting me, but also I'm afraid like it's emotionally hard for me now, because like people like, you know, this is not something that this is not something that I usually talk about with people who are not fellow creators. But you know, when I do meetups, like a lot of people will like just break into tears when they see me and stuff like that. And like, that's okay. Like, how you react is valid. Like, meeting creators you admire is a really emotional, complicated thing, but I find it to be very emotionally difficult. And it's you know, I feel bad about saying that, because like I think that if that's people's reaction to meeting me, that's people's reaction to meeting me. And like, there's nothing wrong with it, and it doesn't offend me, it doesn't hurt me, it doesn't, you know, it's okay. But it's also like, to try to do that, you know, when you do a meetup, there's 50 or 60 or 100 people. Like, if each individual person is having intense reaction like that, like 2 hours of that even is very exhausting. And it's just not easy. So I don't know, you know, in like 7 years, just stick around long enough. In like 7 years, I'm gonna be ugly and old, and like I won't be that famous anymore, and no one will really care. So we can do meetups then. I need a new drink. Let me answer one more question first. NL Lumi says, "Hey Nat, I get pain from your old videos, but why shame? Seems to me people unanimously love them and feel inspired by your journey. Also, how did you even stand to make the old videos for so long to begin with? And do you think you might come around to them? Like, when I entertain transitioning, I'm scared to think I'd wind up triggered by most of my own history." Well, you know what, Lumi, like, I really need you to kind of listen to what I'm saying, and to what a lot of other trans women are saying about this, because it's very common for trans women to feel after they transition that they don't want to see pictures of themselves before transition. Most trans women, most trans people, I will say in general, not just trans women, trans men too, take down pre-transition pictures of themselves. It's fairly universal. And I understand that if you're pre-transition, it's hard to imagine a time when you will be that alienated and disconnected from the person you are now. But you're just gonna have to trust me. and trust my authority over my own experiences when I say that it is shameful and painful and that it's not something that I want represented on my channel. And you know, if I don't know what else to say except that. Yoko Netterman says, "Hi Natalie, I hope you're feeling good. Do you know the work of Pierre Bourdieu and or Monique Passon-Charlot?" Sorry, I don't know how to do French. "On the sociology of the bourgeoisie? If yes, what is your impression of their work? P.S. Did you really mean that with a sequin dress, like selling it to me? I would love that. Please get in touch if you mean it. Heart. Lots of love, Yoko." Okay, so, I did read Bourdieu, when I was in grad school, and, I don't remember it at all. So, I'm sure it's great. Someone in the comments says, someone in the chat says, "Is her French as bad as her Spanish?" Yes. Yes, it is. I'm super fucking sorry. My German is the only one that's better. Okay. Yes, I'll sell you the dress if you want it, but that dress is expensive, so it's gonna be expensive. I don't know, unless you just want it for free, which no, I can't sell it to you for free. If I'm gonna get rid of it, then I probably need to sell it for money. But I'll get in touch with you in DMs. I haven't gone through my DMs, but I'm gonna do it this weekend, so I'll get in touch with you about the dress. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna get another drink because it's Friday. Also, I need some more mist. Ah. Guys, while I was getting a drink, I wanted to listen to music, so I was playing music on my phone, and I was recommended Redbone by Childish Gambino, and I played it, and a YouTube comment on that video is, "This song makes me want to tell the McDonald's ice cream machine that I'm broken." I've never identified with a comment more. Okay. Hey, how are you? Okay, we did, Yoko, we did Jacob. No, we didn't do Jacob. Jacob Michael says, "Hey, Gorge, two unrelated questions. Who are your favorite YouTubers? Are you scared of the coronavirus? Thank you for all you do, Sweaty." Okay, favorite YouTubers are, oh gosh. Wow. I mean, Gotcha and Trixie, Jenny Nicholson, Lindsay Ellis. So many people are my friends, so it's like awkward to like be like, I love their YouTube videos, but I do. I think I said Tiffany Ferg last time. Underrated. Who else is great? There's a lot of ASMR people I like because I'm gay, but let's not talk about that. Okay. Foucault, but with hair, the greatest name I've ever heard, says, how often do fans of yours misconstrue the message of your videos? One example would be canceling, although not the only. When some of your fans apply canceling to situations where it's just someone being criticized for bad tweets. The reason Buck Angel hashtag them tweet. Okay, so first of all, let me just say for the record, I have no idea what Buck Angel has been doing lately. I don't know what any recent scandals are. I never want to find out ever again. So that's that. When people, how often do people misconstrue the message in my videos? Oh, all the time. And it's like, I jumped the coronavirus question. Oh fuck, you're right, I did. I'm not scared. So let me go back. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to coronavirus, and then I'll come back to this. Coronavirus. Well, I'm scared for humanity because it's gonna kill a lot of people, but I'm not scared for myself. Because I am pretty young and like healthy, and I'll probably survive if I get the virus. And also, if I got coronavirus, it would be an excuse to do nothing for a few weeks and also get a lot of attention. So in a way, it would be good for me if I didn't die, of course, which I probably wouldn't. So it's a risk I'm willing to take, is what I'm saying. Who wants to go to China? Okay, Foucault with hair. How often do fans misconstrue the message in my videos? Pretty often. So sometimes that, in all kinds of different directions. Yeah, like you're right. Like people, anytime you talk about canceling, there's always going to be people who take the cancel culture talking point and they're going to use it to suggest that no one should be criticized for anything ever, which is obviously bullshit. And I think that, but this is by far not in any way. I mean, the biggest misconstruals often happen when people think that I literally am my fictional characters, or when people think that I'm amazed by the number of people who believe that I'm a communist. Like, I think it's probably like 1 in 4 people watching the stream are probably under the impression that I'm a communist. I don't know where they got it from. And I think well, you know what? Let's just go there. Let's just go there. Like, I'm very Okay, this is, I'm sorry, Foucault. This is a tangent that's not really related to your question. It's just something I want to talk about because I've been drinking and I'm frustrated. Like, I feel like a lot of people have the impression that I am less radical than I used to be. And this is something I'm kind of dealing with again as we deal with this the pre-transition videos are down problem. And I think, you know, especially a lot of like leftist trans people, like I saw like someone the other day say ContraPoints is the trans Pete Buttigieg, and like they say I'm a lib, blah blah blah, that I'm a neoliberal sellout who's raking in millions of dollars. And you know, it's weird to me because a lot of these people will suggest that I used to be radical and edgy and now I'm a total lib, and it's just like so the opposite of what has happened. But you know, you know, my take on this, stay with me ladies, is that people think I'm a sellout because I pass as a woman. And I know that sounds like a crazy conspiracy, but hear me out here. Like, when I started my YouTube channel as an edgy alcoholic transvestite, I was a total lib. Like, in 2016, I supported Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders in the primaries. Like, that's how much of a lib I was. And like, I now support Bernie Sanders over all the other candidates. So why do people think I used to be more radical? Well, because there's this kind of radical prestige to being an edgy transvestite, to being a manly look like a pig in a wig. That's what that like okay, it's not radical chic because it's not chic, right? It's not popular. In fact, being that kind of person that I used to be sucks. It fucking sucks. And so there is a legitimate case to be made that these people are oppressed because of how they look. But there's this kind of like hipster bullshit of like valuing it because it's offensive to mainstream taste. You know what I'm saying? That because I'm like dolled up and my voice is soft or whatever, that I must be a fucking sellout, like conformist lib. But that's not fucking true. I don't know. Does this make sense? I think it's a thing. I absolutely think it's a thing. It's especially a thing among like radical trans people, because there's this wing of like radical trans politics that's very like anti-assimilationist, like no tucking, no masters, dicks out for communism. And they like, no one hates me more than those people because I'm very like I'm tucked tighter than a prom queen's chastity belt, and I am very you know, very like you know, dysphoric, which they say is conformist. They say dysphoria is like the emotional state of longing to conform, which is a take that I don't agree with. Not to say, I 100% don't agree with it. And it's just like there is a tinge of misogyny to it. I really do think there is, and I don't know. I understand that a lot of people are probably not gonna agree with this, but it's just something that I feel like I've experienced like on a daily basis for the last 2 years. That's just it's just, I don't know. I'm very sleepy now. What are we? Okay. Okay. So people misconstrue the message of my videos. They sure do. I just spoke my Pisces moon truth. I did. I went off, sis. Okay, what are we doing? David Schmidt says, I totally respect your decision to remove your older videos. Thank you. I was curious, have you ever considered remaking them? Perhaps the updates from your insights you've gained since they were made. Thanks for all you do. Well, I think I said earlier in the stream, but one thing the one video I'm considering remaking is debating the alt-right, because I like it. I know I did say this, didn't I? I have ideas for how to remake that one because I just think it's good, you know? But other than that, I don't know. You know, guys, someday maybe I will feel comfortable with re-releasing those videos. But in the meantime, like, if you want to watch my old videos so fucking badly, just find some hate site that's hosting them and watch them on your own time. You know? Don't tell me about it. I don't want to hear about it. Jeremy Lehner says, are you worried about coronavirus? Why are we... Okay, Jeremy, we already literally answered that question 3 questions ago. So honestly, just watch the archive of the stream. Go back like 7 seconds, ignore my crazy rant, and watch what I said about coronavirus, because that's literally the question I answered. Nathan Ellis says, what is something about yourself that you wish fans would make a more sincere effort to understand? Gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria, and the fact that, like, I'm just like a person who changes very drastically, and over time, and I don't identify like I got that you guys love my old videos, for example, and that's okay. Like, you're allowed to love them, but like you have to understand that they're uncomfortable and painful for me because they're just soothe myself because it's not me. And so people expecting me to be this person that I'm just not anymore, like, that, I wish people understood this. No one understands. No one knows what it's like to be a sad trans. No one. Okay. Tom Buttons says, hi Natalie, didn't have time to figure a decent question, so seen any good films lately? Saw Little Women and Emma recently and would recommend both. Oh my god, I haven't seen either of those. I really want to. And I want to see Harriet too, if that's good. Is it good? I went to the movie theater last week, but I just saw Parasite for the 3rd time because I love it so much. See, I'm a Marxist or whatever. I like Parasite. That's pretty socialist. Okay, I've now reestablished my leftist credentials. Have I seen any other good movies lately? I know I've seen some. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be putting my cards on the table. But I've been visually inspired lately by a movie, like a gay erotic film from the 60s called Pink Narcissus, directed by, I believe his name was James Bidgood, which I first saw stills of it last year at the Museum of Sex in New York. And I mean, it was very my aesthetic, and like I fell in love instantly with the aesthetics of this movie, Pink Narcissus. And I've watched like scenes from the movie. It's not really a very like plot driven movie. It's just visually fucking beautiful. I mean, it's gay erotica, but it's visually so beautiful that it just like moved me. And I want to make videos that look like that. I already kind of do, because it's like very my aesthetic to begin with. But it kind of inspired that floral scene and Shame. Even though it ended up looking really different from Pink Narcissus, Pink Narcissus gave me the idea that I wanted to do a floral fantasy. Asking for a Friend says, of the people you've met who might be known to the rest of us, who surprised you the most? In a good way. Oh boy. Let's see. Surprised me. I don't know if this counts as a surprise, but Jenny Nicholson is like her videos are very carefully scripted, but she's literally as funny in person as she is in her videos. That might not surprise you, but it surprises me because I'm not entertaining in person. I'm awkward and weird. And so I'm always amazed when I meet a YouTuber who's like literally as charismatic and funny in person as they are in their videos. And Jenny is that. Like, she improvises these bits that are just as funny as the pre-composed bits in her videos. It's very entertaining to be around. Asking for a friend. Wait, I just read that. Zoe Roth says, "Hi Nat, I'm going in for my second round of FFS soon, and wanted to ask, do you still see any of your old self in the mirror nowadays, or has that mostly gone away? We stand for Spiegel." I have moments where I do see like things I don't want to see in the mirror, but I'm very happy with my FFS actually. Like, I think that I think it looks really good. Like, I think it really is an improvement, and it's very natural looking. And but also I completely understand wanting to go in for a second round, because once you start, it's hard to stop. Like plastic surgery is like Pringles. Once you pop, you just can't stop. And you know, once your eye starts looking for the imperfections with a meticulous and thorough glance, you just keep noticing more things. I mean, I'm at a very dark and frustrating point of transition in a way, because I'm kind of at the point where like hormones have done what they're going to do. And there's, you know, I have these dark moments where I realize, like, you know, the way that thought comes into my head is like, oh, I'm never literally going to be a woman. Okay, that's too transphobic. I shouldn't say that. But like I'm never like literally going to be female. You know what I mean? Like, there's not any changing the fact. There's not any changing my like shoulders and my hips. At the like level of bone structure, there just isn't. And so on some level, I'm just going to have to learn to accept that I have this like sort of like androgynous body where I have like wide shoulders and narrow hips with breasts, and just, you know, it's I'm being too negative. I know. And like I'm not supposed to be negative. But it's hard. Anyway, good luck, Zoe. That sounds, I empathize with your struggle, I really do. Okay. The progesterone, by the way, has been helping. I've only been on it for a few weeks, but like I'm experiencing a little bit of growth. Honestly, like breasts are not a big fixation for me. When I like, here's a weird thing to talk about. When I started my transition, I was like actually really ambivalent about having breasts. I wasn't sure I wanted to have breasts. I was like, I don't know if I want that, because like boobs are kind of like they're kind of weird, you know. You know, like literally just like big bags of fat on your chest, and I was like, I don't know if I want that. But as I transition more and more, I want it more because I know that it's like, because it's womanly, and so I want it because of that reason. But sometimes it weirds me out still. I thought about getting top surgery, but I don't have strong feelings about it. The rib cage dysphoria. Oh my god, is that a thing? Fuck the rib cage. Okay, we're getting weird. We're getting into weird trans. We're getting into weird trans conversation territory. Let's we're getting too trans, is what I'm saying. Let's tone it down. Accounting guy. Okay, thank God. An accounting guy is here to be normal. Is the platonic ideal, as reimagined by Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations, using the Socratic methodologically applied, a Socratic method methodologically applied in reference to, this is too normal. I can't. This is too cis. I thought we were too trans, now we're too cis. Okay. Methodologically implied in reference to Noam Chomsky's criticism of Skinner. You're joking. You're joking. Oh my god. You got me. You got me so good. This is like my favorite conversation. This is my favorite question because you got me so good. Noam Chomsky's criticism of Skinner's behavioral model of psychology. Kidding. What's your favorite non-alcoholic bar drink? Oh my god. Non-alcoholic bar drink. Virgin Bloody Mary. I'll get that. I get a Virgin Bloody Mary at brunch all the time. So I love that. Okay. Gabriella Young. Sorry, I'm thinking about accounting guys trolling me so successfully. Gabriella Youngme 69 says, "Hi Natalie, first time asking a question. I loved your old videos, but I totally support your decision and glad you're treating yourself with the kindness you deserve. What advice do you have for pushing yourself to do what's best for you when you're afraid of disappointing people?" Whew, yeah, that's a good question. Well, when it comes to the removing old videos decision, I mean, that's a struggle that I had for two and a half years, basically. And, I guess, you know, honestly, like, you have to talk to, like, I'd say talk to your friends about it. That's what helped me. Because what helped me finally delete, well, not delete, but like private those videos, take them off my channel for now, was talking to friends of mine, and I would just describe the like pain it was causing me, and like the agony of this decision where I was like, I don't want to lose this work that I put so much of my life into, and that so many of my viewers love. but it's causing me all this pain, and it makes it hard for me to exist on the internet, and it makes me like I can't even stand to look at my own channel because I know it's there. And they were like, girl, that's crazy, get rid of that shit. And so sometimes your friends, like if you have good friends, like they have more insight about like what's good for you than you do, like, and they can help look out for you if you're the kind of person who will tend to do something that hurts you out of fear of disappointing people. So that's my suggestion. Emily Morley says, "My queen, thank you for your personal sacrifices. I cherished your early pre-transition videos, and while I mourned the loss of a few of my favorites, I'm even more grateful that you permitted them to be available to us for as long as you did. I see now that my access to those videos came at a great cost to you, and I celebrate your decision to put your well-being first. Love always, Emily Florence." Thank you, Emily. That's a very kind comment that I really needed at this point in the evening. Paul Hates Sarge says, my French is bad, says, "Hi, Natalie. I hope life is somewhat bearable for you at the moment." Thank you. That's a very realistic goal. I recently attended a Judith Butler lecture and Butler told us students that they started applying they, them pronouns. So your usage of Butler in Transtrenders was prophetic. I didn't know that. That's actually... I don't know why that makes me happy. Well, okay, I know why it makes me happy. Because I'm selfish. And a bunch of people, when I released the aesthetic, said that it was NB-phobic because performativity theory of gender is NB-phobic. So the idea of the performativity philosopher using they, them pronouns makes me happy. Okay. 2, already sorry for this, but how to acknowledge the trauma you went through without spiraling. Thanks a lot for your deeply therapeutic content. You're welcome. Acknowledging trauma without spiraling. I'm not sure I'm good at that. I'm a spiraling kind of girl. I guess there's ways to talk about. Basically, I would say, you have to wait for the right moment. Like, you should not be publicly discussing your trauma probably in the midst of it. Otherwise, you will spiral. Like, honestly, that shame video I just made, I'm not sure that was a good idea. Because, like, I made a video about this sexuality crisis, like, while I was in the middle of it. And that's not a good time for that. Like, emotionally, intellectually, I kind of think I jumped the gun a little bit in terms of making that video when I wasn't really ready to talk about it, or I didn't have like a fully mature like take on things. But I don't know. I guess so. I have been spiraling, honestly, since I released that video. I've been having a very hard time. But I also think that the way I think shame should be viewed, it's like, this is a video made by a person in the middle of a spiral, and like that maybe has some value in and of itself, like the struggle is worth seeing. Maybe the spiral is interesting, like, so even if it's not the most like sophisticated, mature video I've ever made, like it's it's a moment, it's a moment of a person's subjectivity that a lot of people seem to have related to and have kind of like empathize with in some way or another. And like the K's love a good old-fashioned shame and spiral. Oh, the one thing I feel bad about is like a lot of people do think that video is like biphobic, which I don't want it to be. I just think that like these are just the thoughts I was having about my sexuality. Like, like, if someone else has my experiences but identifies as bisexual, I think it's entirely valid. It's just, these are my feelings right now, you know? Okay, Just Gallant Genius says, "Hi Natalie, I belong to an ethnicity and nationality that does not have a good reputation in the West. I have my own issues with my people, but I'm tired of how we are perceived, not so subtle dislike of us, and dumbass stereotypes. How can I improve it, and should I?" Well, if you can, you should. The can you question is a hard one. I think that it's very daunting when you're facing a society full of prejudices and hatred and ignorance and misunderstanding. But I'll say this. You can't be the sun that lights up the world, but you can be the candle that lights up a room. Wow, that was a pretty good little philosophical quotation I just created. But the point I'm saying is like you can't fix society, but you can fix your little corner of society. And is that worth doing? Fucking yes. Kayla says, "Hi Natalie, thanks so much for your work. I love your videos, but sharing them with my in-laws or other girlfriends is difficult due to the audience you are targeting. Often the jokes and humor come across as distasteful or crass. Do you know any other creators that could target the boomer generation or would allow others to redo your videos to target an older audience?" Well, you could try Oliver Thorne, who, although I don't know, he talks about fucking the Queen. I don't know. I think he's pretty cross. I don't know. Who is a wholesome leftist? Like, I don't know that anyone does my exact. I mean, well, here's the thing. Like, I've just started doing transcripts. Like, I released transcripts for my pre-transition videos, and I'm trying to do transcripts for my all my videos. And maybe if they're getting distracted by the lighting and by the surrealism and the jokes, they might respond better to articles. So I don't know. Some people in the chat are suggesting things that their boomer relatives like. So maybe check out the chat suggestions. Russell Brand. T1J. Yeah, T1J is very boomer friendly, I would think. Because he's very affable, agreeable, non-confrontational. Jamie McLean says, "What type of woman are you into, personality-wise and looks-wise? Or think you might be into?" Oh boy. I still have a hard time talking about attraction to women because I'm so... Shame. Well, I don't know. What kind of woman I'm attracted to? Well, preferably heterosexual, totally inaccessible, and I'd be put in a straitjacket and thrown into the Baltimore Harbor is what I need. I think Joanne is kind of my model. Joanne is a tall alpha femme. Like, she's tall, she's femme, she's beautiful. Personality wise, she's dominant, she's confident, she's charismatic. fuck. But isn't that like everyone's type? Like, doesn't everyone want like a tall, femme, like goddess to come into their life and fuck them up? I don't know, probably not. Like, I guess I'm just like, maybe I'm just like projecting. Maybe I'm just projecting my own personal, my own personal, preferences and assuming everyone else wants that. Yeah, literally Kate Blanchett and Carol, exactly. That's exactly the fantasy. But I don't know. Like, I'm like subservience, submissiveness, passivity. These are not attractive qualities to me. I would just say, like I like someone who like makes me feel like insecure and inferior. Like, I wanna, I don't know. Gigi's wife is pretty attractive. Yeah, Nats is a hot butch. But see, here's the thing, like I'm sort of reluctant to say what I want or what I like, because I've been wrong about what I'm attracted to so many times. And like so maybe a masculine woman is what I need. I don't know. Like at this point, I don't trust my own thoughts about what I want because I keep being wrong. This is a pretty song. Oh god, I would absolutely date Judith Butler. Okay, it's a good thing I'm not in academia now, or I'd absolutely 100% be entangled in all kinds of in all kinds of messiness with my lesbian professors. I had a lesbian professor who was like, she was so fucking irresistible, because she just had that kind of energy that like it was just this very dom school teacher kind of energy that just it, like a lot of women in this, even straight women, were into her, you know what I mean, that kind of lesbian like Celia Kalish says, hello Natalie, I came across the concept of ungendered recently. Cis women becoming ungendered as they age, and especially post-menopause. At 63, it resonated with me, because I do feel that the world has ungendered me and made me feel invisible. As we all will age, hopefully, we will all face these new issues on top of all the other crap that came before. Any thoughts on intersectionality in alliances, or should we go out fighting? Put on our faces, go to an NYC deli, and sing Some Enchanted Evening. See, starting at 117. Okay, there's a link. So first of all, I think I know the article you're talking about. Are you talking about that Guardian opinion piece called Am I Plankton? Because I read that same article and had a lot of feelings about it. And hold on, let me see 117. Which section you're talking about? Oh, here's the link. You'll see a stranger. You'll see a stranger across a crowded room, and somehow you'll know even then. You'll know you will see him again and again. Some enchanted evening,
You will hear him laughing. You will hear him laughing across a crowded room. Then
I love
fly
this.
to his side and make him your own. Or all through your life you will dream all alone. Once you have found him, never let him go. Once you have found him, never let him go.
I'm obsessed. Okay. Ah! Ah! Sorry. Okay. Um, well, I think I fully support literally that. But I think like this is something I worry about constantly. Like, because to me, like, I haven't that kind of experience of that kind of public girlishness that woman in that Guardian article was like lamenting the loss of. Like, I only came into that recently, and I'm terrified to lose it, which is something that, like, I'm 31 years old. Like, it's kind of a late moment to be started trying to be perceived as a woman. But um I don't know how to deal with it. It's the thing that like terrifies me. And I do think there's I do think that there is I do think that, like, when you say is like the intersectionality of it is something that, so sorry, I'm being inarticulate because I'm struggling with a bunch of thoughts. Like, the first thought that popped into my head was like, one of the things I thought when I read that article is like, in a way, like, women who age into this kind of ungendered state, who previously were treated as beautiful women in public spaces, like, in a way that for the first time they're experiencing a lot of the difficulties that people who are perceived as men experience, right? Like, this is a lot of the incel complaints, right? Being invisible, being unnoticed, being unloved, being undesired. There was recently an AMA on Reddit that was like, it was like one of the biggest subreddits. It was like Ask Reddit, I think, and it was, men of Reddit, like, what is the one thing that you wish that women understood about men? And it was, we want to feel desired sometimes. But here's the thing, it's much harder to be like, here's why it's not just experiencing what men experience, because there's a lot of other benefits that come to being perceived as a man. Like, yes, there's downsides. Yes, there's the lack of feeling desire. There's the invisibility, blah, blah, blah. You can't cry your way out of a parking ticket. Okay. But, like, it comes with benefits, right? Like, you get like that article in The Guardian mentioned, you're more likely to be hired. The age where you are considered dateable is much higher than it is in women. The age where you're considered employable is much higher than it is in women. And if you're a woman who's not perceived in this kind of like super womanly, girly way that's described in that Guardian article, then you don't get any of those male advantages. You get all the disadvantages of being a man and none of the advantages. So it makes, yeah, this does take up a lot of space in my mind. And I really do connect to this question. Like, I feel you. Okay. I know I didn't answer that very coherently. I'm sorry. Some lesbo says, "Hey Nat, what are your thoughts on trans kids? The increase in AFAB teens suddenly coming out as trans, and how TERFs have portrayed this as a new form of gender dysphoria that shouldn't be affirmed." It's complicated, and I don't have a succinct and articulate, intelligent opinion about this, because I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, I think, like, all the stuff about rapid onset gender dysphoria, like every trans person knows, right, that when you come out as trans, there's a lot of people, especially your family, who say, why didn't you tell us this before? If you were really trans, why didn't we notice this sooner? Even if this is something that you've been going through for years and years and years, they didn't see it, so they don't know. However, However, I do also watch a lot of like these detransitioner videos that they have that are on YouTube now, and they do kind of worry me in the sense that I do think that there do seem to be an increasing number of people who have detransitioned, and one thing I will say though is that a lot of them do not say what TERFs want them to say. Like, are there lesbian TERF detransitioners out there? Absolutely. It's a type, but there's also a lot of detransitioners, like the new YouTube wave of detransitioner vloggers, for example, who don't say what TERFs want them to say. And a lot of them actually say that they don't regret transitioning in the first place. And they feel like it was an experience they needed to go through and things like that. So it's complicated. I don't know what I don't, like I said, I don't have a very articulate opinion about this yet. It's something I'm trying to think about and trying to kind of work through and form an opinion about. And I'm trying to listen to as many perspectives on this as I can. Kira Abrams says, "Hi Angel, would you ever consider recreating some of your pre-transition videos, specifically the ones where you debunk alt-right dogma?" Well, this is the question of the evening, isn't it? See my earlier responses to that question. There's a couple videos, especially debating the alt-right, that I have thought about. I am sort of interested in remaking, but mostly I don't consider the alt-right to be a super relevant topic anymore, and I would kind of rather make videos about topics that I do see to be very relevant in current year. So I don't know, I can't say I'll never go back to it, but I want to prioritize what I think are the most pressing contemporary issues. Charlie Smith says, "Hey Gorge, I can't think of an actual question, so what's your favorite soup?" Oh, that's it. That is an actual question. How is that not an actual question? I really like... okay, let's talk soups, people. I love a New England clam chowder. I've always loved that since I was a kid. Every time I'm in Boston, I get it. And I love miso soup at a Japanese restaurant on a cold day, going into a sushi place, getting hot sake and a miso soup, and then when I'm all warmed up inside, then I'm ready for sushi. Okay, Andrea Schreiber says, "Which transgender novels or biography are you currently reading, or which fiction would you recommend?" I'm not reading any transgender biographies at the moment, although I probably should. I mean, I know there's some great ones. There's Redefining Realness by Janet Mock. Okay, I did read that. I read half of that anyway. I listened to it on an audiobook while I was traveling. So that one was interesting. I read that. I'm trying to think if I've read any other ones. I haven't really, honestly. But I would like to, because I think that's an interesting genre. Maybe I'll write one someday, and I'd better read all of them that exist before I write one. You guys are making me hungry in the chat when you're talking about food. I want to... You know what I'm going to do after this stream? I'm going to drunkenly make huevos rancheros in my kitchen, and I'm going to eat it all. Okay. Sashimi Nui says, "Hi Natalie, would you ever do a tour of your bookshelves? I'm very curious about what books you're reading / have read / haven't read." I could do that at some point, although my bookshelves like represent a very past life almost, because they're from like a grad school 5, 6, 7 years ago. But it's a lot of philosophy books and then a lot of like literary classics. That's what's on my bookshelf. The philosophy books are from when I was in school. The literary classics, a lot of those I got for free when I was trying to be a fiction writer in the year before I started my YouTube channel, but after I dropped out of grad school. And I got them at this place in Baltimore called The Book Thing, which was this like a book exchange where you could drop off used books or get free books. And they burned down. It burned down a few years ago and went away, but I think they rebuilt it. And I should honestly donate a bunch of my books to them because they were good for me when I had no money to buy them, and I would love to give my books away because now I could just buy books, but I couldn't when I got all those donated books, so I would like to donate mine to someone else. Marco Walsh says, "Hi Nat, how do you deal with self-ID'd detransitioners? I've tried to be open-minded, but all I see in response is transphobia." Well, Marco, I know what you mean, because like I said earlier, they're like for instance, detransitioned lesbian TERF is a type. However, my experience of detransitioner vloggers in 2020 is very much that they're not TERFs, and that they have actually a much more they're not saying what anyone wants them to say. They're not saying what like trans activism wants them to say, nor are they saying what TERFs want them to say. They seem to be telling a different story altogether, and it's one that often involves a lot of like change over time and feeling like they went through a stage that needed to be gone through, but they don't necessarily permanently identify with. It's very complicated. I think, I don't know, this is a topic I would like to cover someday, but I feel like I need some more time on this one. I want to sort of experience more. I would like to wait and see, because here's the thing. A lot of detransitioners, in my experience, retransition. So I kind of want to see if this latest wave of detransitioned vloggers retransition or not, because that will kind of color, I think, my take on this topic. I understand being suspicious of detransitioners, though, because of the prevalence of TERFiness, but I also think that it's important to be as open-minded as possible to detransitioners, because as things stand, the alienation of detransitioners from the rest of trans people basically makes them intensely vulnerable to being sucked into a kind of TERF pipeline, which is what happens. Like the detransition Reddit is literally just like it's just a funnel into gender critical, and that's not good. Eli Ehrman says, "Hi, since most of your recent videos have been less explicitly about anti-fascism, I was wondering if you had any new / interesting opinions about Nick Fuentes and his newer wave of internet Nazis. Also, would you go on Hot Ones if given the chance? Love you." Yes, I would go on Hot Ones, absolutely. I haven't watched Nick Fuentes since 2017, so I don't know. But maybe I asked earlier in this stream for suggestions about who are the new internet fascists, and if you're telling me that he is doing new content, I could do a video destroying Nick Fuentes, sure. RSS says, "Hey, it feels like a month has flown by so quickly." Maybe that's because it's only been a week since the last stream. What, if any, poetry do you like? Take care. Thank you. Poetry. Well, last time we talked about Milton, how I used to like reading Milton and just listening to the language. I do like poetry. Um, I've been reading Emily Dickinson lately, and worse, I've been relating to Emily Dickinson lately, which can't be a good sign, because I should not be relating to a melancholic, lonely spinster. It's too soon for this. Um, but I do relate to her, and her poetry is very difficult, I find. But I kind of am like, I'm always intrigued by the challenge of something like that, right? The challenge of understanding these like enigmatic poems. Um, Andrea Miller says, do you see yourself ever transitioning out of making YouTube videos? Given how taxing they can be, of course only after my Nat Appreciates Music for You series, what have you contemplated doing next? Perhaps it's time to begin construction on ContraPoints Parthenon, complete with garishly painted, bedraped statue. Well, I have no immediate plans to stop doing YouTube. I think that that's kind of the medium where I really built up all of my energy and my skill set. So I want to keep doing it and see if I can sort of perfect this form. But there will come a time, I'm sure, when I'm ready to move on. That time is not now, though. Maybe when I'm 35 in like 4 years, in 2024, maybe it'll be time for me to move on. I mean, I'll become a writer or something. But for now, I don't know. I don't really have any better. I really like doing YouTube, and I don't want to do something else. Alex Manzoni says, hello, Natalie. What are your thoughts on consuming media produced by people you consider really bad? For example, Varg Vikernes, the legendary black metal musician. Didn't he have a feud with the Golden One? It was pretty much a full-blown neo-Nazi. His channel got deleted by YouTube. But I really like his music, especially his ambient songs. As long as we don't pay for it, it's fine, right? What do you think? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like, there's artists who are so bad, I would never publicly admit to liking them, but I do like their work, although I don't like them as people. I mean, I think that your policy is pretty good. Like, don't give them money. But if their art is good, it's just good, you know? And, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, listening to bad music and reading degenerate literature and so on. Charlie Nojikas says, humor is a necessary survival skill. Would you like to have lighter, perhaps more superficial or fun questions directed your way? This is my subtle way of influencing other patrons to do so. I love seeing you laugh and indulge in carefree moments. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's a survival skill. I love having the light, superficial questions. I really do. Like, the deep questions are good too, but too many deep questions does get exhausting. So it's important to have, like, a nice padding of light, superficial or fun questions, like you say, because that kind of keeps me, it kind of keeps me balanced, and I don't get too. What is going on with this? Is there I feel like there's mascara bleeding onto my eyelid. Let's deal with this situation, people. Oh yeah, there definitely is. Let's just blend it out. Oh my god, that highlight is so intense. You guys can't see, but it is. This looks better. Sam Hughes says, more than 50 graduate students at the University of California, Santa Cruz were fired yesterday for asking for a cost of living adjustment to be able to afford living there. I'm curious if you have any advice for graduate students in particular trying to organize for a living wage. Well, when I was a grad student, I was at Northwestern, and after I left, the grad students did successfully unionize. So, I would look into Northwestern grad student unionization because they fucking did it, y'all, and that could be a model for other departments. Emily Rains says, "I'm finally starting hormones and can live as the woman I know I am. I'm moving to a new city for school. Do you have any advice? Also, thank you so much for everything. Love you, Gorge." Advice on moving to a new city right after transitioning. Make sure to have platonic friends. Don't just start like dating someone and only hang out with them. It's hard. I don't have good advice on finding platonic friends because I'm not good at that either, except doing it through YouTube. But I can give you the advice people always give me. Join a social group. Join a thing, like, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Rachel Baby says, "Hey, sweaty, how are you, Gorge?" I'm good, Rachel, thank you. Long time no talk. Current ride or die makeup kit. Love the new website, by the way. Thank you. So makeup kit. Well, I can tell you what I take with me when I travel. And where's that bag? And this little bag I carry around. My essentials are, you guys basically saw this on stream. So it was, I take the Smashbox primer, the NARS Radiant Creamy Concealer. I take that Better Than Sex mascara. I take whatever lipstick I want to use. I like this NARS lipstick. I take that Charlotte Tilbury powder. I take a couple of eyeshadow, maybe usually just one eyeshadow palette if I'm traveling, depending on what I want to do. I take a highlighter, and I take some kind of facial spray. That's basically it. That's my basic. A beauty blender, a lipstick for the blush, and the Anastasia Beverly Hills Brow Wiz for the brows. That's kind of my basics. Oh, sometimes I also take, I forgot to do this today, this Marc Jacobs eyeliner. I use it in this like very sparkly like nude color. I like it for the waterline. Let's I forgot to do that. Let's do it. It's a very good, like, kind of like waker upper. That's nice. Jacob says, "I know these AMAs can get exhausting, so no question. Just a reminder that you can do this. Also, maybe drink some water." Thanks, Jacob. That's a really good idea. I should drink some water. Also, I'm out of rum and coke, so I'm going to get rum and coke, and I'm going to get water. And I'll be back for the final round of questions. Hey, how are you? It's time to enter the fifth hour of this AMA stream. And I'm feeling super fucking strong and super fucking ready because I have another gorge. Hey, how are you? Okay, so, thank you, Jacob, for the reminder about the water. I have water with a lemon in it. A Elizabethian lemon. Okay. It's a weird way to reapply lipstick. I think it's working out for me. Ugh. Ugh, don't get that close to the camera, you crazy craze. Jesus. I have like electrolysis, like marks all over my goddamn face because I'm doing that. Yeah, same Tracy. Okay, Kyle Fimano says, is there any history that you're interested in? I love Byzantines. There was a trans emperor, Elagabalus, in 3rd century Common Era. We stan. We stan. Yeah. Well, history. I'm very interested in the history of actually I don't really do history these days. Like I look very forward in my life and in society, but I do like LGBT history is very interesting to me, and like shit like Elagabalus is kind of fascinating. Like the fact that like you know, hundreds or thousands of years before we had the vocabulary of talking about trans people, the fact that there are people doing this shit is like, you know, it feels good to have the authority of horrible decadence past to support your depraved lifestyle. And I've always enjoyed reading about shit like that. Snowfell says, hey Natalie, your shame video really touched my heart. I'm a 6'2" trans lesbian with a thirst for 9-inch platform heels. I fucking love towering over everyone though. I wish I could learn to enjoy that. Have you ever found any online spaces that are aggressively supportive of women like us that you enjoy? I'm a big booster of autostraddle myself. Yeah, I like autostraddle. I don't really know. I guess I like I don't know. I read a lot of the lesbian subreddits. I read like actual lesbians. I get like I have very complicated feelings about all this, that like I'm sort of not ready. Like I don't even want to be accepted in a weird way. Do you know what I mean? I'm kind of at this point where like I don't really feel like I belong, and I'm like I don't feel like I should be accepted. It's bad. I'm bad. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you feel like you found places that accept you, though. Steph Gandon says, hi Natalie, I've been watching your videos for the past 4 years and I love them. Opulent, elegant, and on point. Have you ever considered having a guest appearance of other trans people on your videos? It can help give others in the community a much needed voice. I've never really done collabs on my channel. Like no one besides me ever appears on screen, and it's kind of like the way my videos are stylistically designed. The loneliness of ContraPoints, right? so when people ask me to do collabs because like, oh, collab with trans women of color because they need a boost, or collab with, I don't know, it just seems a little empty to me because it's just not what I do, you know. I'm happy to appear on other people's platforms, on other people's channels, you know, and I've done that many times, but I just sort of don't feel like it's the style of videos that I make, and I don't know that I'm interested in collaborating with people just to boost them. I understand why people want me to do this, but it's just kind of like, I don't know that it's like, I'm not sure it's really what my audience wants at this point, because it's, you know, the video, I don't do videos that are like me sitting on a bed at VidCon with another creator talking about what we do, you know, like, you know, I and there's other YouTubers who are like that, I don't know. I just sort of don't know how to do it. Like, I'm happy to collaborate. Like I did this thing with, you know, I did this, you know, We Are Here campaign on Instagram. Like, watch it on my Instagram with that Laverne Cox was in, and that Peppermint was in, and Jazz Jennings' brother was in, and that, you know, also a bunch of cis gays were in, and that's a collab. I did it on Instagram, but in my video essays, I don't really see a way to make those into collabs, you know. But I don't know if anyone has any suggestions. Maybe. Bibis Babis says, hi Natalie, I've been taking classes to learn illustration, and in my oil painting class, my professor mentioned to check out the paintings by Drew Riley. Have you heard of Riley's work? She's a trans artist who's been doing a series of oil painting works on transition. I've never seen these now. Let's take a look. This looks like mostly text. Oh, I'm seeing some scars. She's a wonderful painter. Beautiful paintings. It's very beautiful. It's frickin' Bats says, burning question here, Natalie. What would your 7 character? I'm from Iowa, so them's the rules. Also, sorry about the caucus disaster. Custom license plate be. Bonus points if you can make it a double entendre. I'm too tired for this. I'll do my best. Okay, my 7 character license plate. It would be maybe it would be it would be 5005 69. No, it would be 420. It would be it would be, words are hard. It would be I'm reading my makeup packaging and trying to think of something. I think just 420. That's a double entendre if I've ever heard one. Because 420. But on the other hand, 420. Hey, how are you? I'm a genius. I know. You guys are great for standing me. You picked the right person to support, clearly. 9 St. Helens says, Dear Natalie, my question is, does your obligation to your patrons ever feel limiting? Well, let's try that again. Does your obligation to your patrons ever feel limiting? For example, do you feel you have to rush ideas or rush production in order to get your content out on time? Does being creative for pay have adverse effects on the creative process, or do you find it generative? Thanks for everything. I think your brilliance is unparalleled and you're hot as hell. Oh, thank you. Well, it's kind of both. Like, I think that it's mostly good to have people I'm accountable to financially and creatively, because that way I have deadlines, I have to get work out. And having that is actually helpful because it makes you work. It makes you finish things. Otherwise, I might never finish things because nothing's ever perfect. You can just keep working and working and working at it, and nothing would ever get done. So it's good to have some pressure to get it out, you know. But on the other hand, I wouldn't say having patrons limits me in any way. It's pretty much only good to have patrons. But I would say that having such a big audience limits me, and especially because I feel like I just feel like I'm afraid of saying some things, you know, because I don't want to have 3 months of my life ruined over an opinion. That's limiting. Having patrons isn't limiting, but canceling is limiting. We need more music. And I need to wake myself up because this is I just want to play house music, but I don't really have any on my computer that's copyright free. I need wake the fuck up music, you know? EDM. Here, this is copyright free. It's maybe not the most wake up, but we'll try. I can just put this one song on repeat. That'll work. Okay, that'll wake me up. You're on repeat song. Okay. Okay. I'm awake. I'm ready. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm mentally stable. But most of all, I'm sober, and that's the important part. Ooh. Okay. Lavina Johansson says, Hi Natalie, new here, and sad that I have to miss the live stream tonight. Playing with Annapolis Symphony. Ooh, that's fun. You love piano, harp, and Baroque opera. Any love for cello, which is what I play? Sending you lots of love and good thoughts. You deserve it. Gorge! I literally used to play the cello when I was in high school. I was in the high school orchestra and I played the cello. I love the cello. So, I've actually been, I'm not good at one. I've actually been thinking of getting a cello, but you should teach me cello lessons because I love that and I miss playing it. So have fun at your concert. And I love that. Okay. Amos Ben Israel says, Well, this is going to be near the end of the stream. I just wish you a good night. Thank you. Jessica Morgan says, I'm here to ask hard, easy questions. Thank you, Jessica. Hot or cold coffee? Both or neither? I love an iced coffee, like a typical gay. And even in the winter, I don't know. Because the thing about hot coffee is I'm a little bit too unintelligent for hot drinks. I just burn myself. I can't wait. I'm like a rat that eats the electric cheese, you know? David Goncalves says, or Goncalves, I don't know, whichever it is, says, no question, just thanks. Thanks, David. You're welcome. Some Lesbo says, just wanted to post a second question. Don't know if that's allowed. Gorge, I'm tired. I'll read your fucking second question. What are your thoughts on quasi-acceptable forms of canceling, such as trans people canceling actual TERFs? J.K. Rowling, is it ever an appropriate way to deal with bigotry? Well, okay. If it's R. Kelly, yes. Like, here's the thing. Like, it's a tactic, which is sometimes justified. I feel like, you know, what I said in that canceling video is it becomes a problem when you are, you know, you're canceling people over minor ideological disagreements at a very low level of discourse where you're canceling them is going to really fuck up their life. Okay, this is your second question, so I'm moving on. Subo Billy says, "Hi Natalie, longtime fan, first time caller. Lol, sorry for that same lame joke. It's par for the course around here, don't worry about it." But my question is, do you like any video games? And if so, are you playing any currently? I'm not. It's really remarkable. I really should be playing video games. Oh wait, that's not true. That's not true. I played, I was at my brother's house earlier this week and I played Jackbox Party Pack 6. Oh my god, I used to do Jackbox Party Pack streams. We should do another one of those streams because those were fun. And we should do, we've never done a Jackbox Party Pack stream. We should do one of those. I really want to get The Sims 4. Maybe I'll stream that. Adam Lank says, "Hey Natalie, you're pretty effing great. Please explain." I don't know. I drink a lot of water. I try to exercise. I spent most of my 20s as an alcoholic. I do what I can. Jennifer Palmer says, "Who's your favorite fictional detective?" Mine is Columbo. Oh, fictional detective. Olivia Benson from SVU, hands down. Guilty pleasure, but a pleasure nonetheless. Okay, refresh just to get the last questions. Kelly Zeho says, "Hey Gorge, I'm running late. What is the meaning of love?" The meaning of love is that it's super. I personally believe that the U.S. Americans, it's super great. I don't know. The meaning of love is just that it's just crazy. It's like you just feel like it's when you just have all the when you just really like you and you just like when someone's just really. There's just a kind of magic to feeling about someone that you just never really like. No one ever besides that one person is ever just gonna, you're just gonna feel like a kind of okay. If life is a leaf, says Natalie, absolutely. Okay, I'm doing very good. I'm doing super fucking good. It's time to drink water. Okay, that was good water. I needed that. If life is a leaf, says Natalie, absolutely love your channel, just discovered it. Welcome. Question: since people went beyond the binary, there's been a rush to create identities to describe the variations in gender diversity. At the same time, this seems to go against the impulse to simply deconstruct gender and let diversity be simple human diversity. In your opinion, at what point is definition of identities useful? And at what point is it counterproductive? And why? Well, I think this is like... I'm going to answer this question by analogy with sexuality because I'm kind of dealing with a similar problem with sexuality, right? I think that labels are useful until they aren't. I mean, that's platitudinous, but it's true. I think that, different people are going to address this problem in different ways, and it's hard to have this conversation right now because almost anything you say about this will invalidate someone's personal way of dealing with the problem of gender. So I think I think that I mean, so the question, what you're trying to ask is like, do we create a million different gender identities to represent each unique person's experience of gender? Or do we just kind of accept that, like, look, there's just no discrete categories that you can place this into? Increasingly, I do find myself more into, like, look, it's just pointless to try to describe this and to try to divide this into discrete categories. And the labels aren't really that useful except to place your general territory within a wide range of diversity. But some people seem to find really specific labels to be useful to them. And if people find a really specific label useful, far be it from me to tell them not to do that. You know, like if it's helpful to someone to have a label that's really specific that describes their experience, like I don't see any reason why that's not good. But also, I see what you're saying. Like an attempt to like the impulse to categorize can become can get out of control and can kind of overwhelm its own usefulness. Matt Sullivan says, what's some of the biggest changes aside from physically you've experienced since transitioning? For example, have you found yourself crying more during movies, or better empathizing, or more willing to be open to others? Do you feel like you experience things differently? Is sex more enjoyable? Do you find yourself looking for different kinds of connections with partners? Do foods taste better? Okay, I do cry more during movies, but I don't think I'm any more or less empathetic. I think that's sort of continuous, though I do find myself, I do think it's easier to cry with my current hormone situation. Is sex more enjoyable? Honestly, it's not. I wish I could say it was, but it's not true. It's different. I feel more at home in my own body, and that's nice. But there's no like magical improvement in that. I'm sorry to say. Do I find myself looking for different kinds of connections? Yes, I do. Absolutely. And different kinds of partners for that matter. Do foods taste better? No, I'm sorry to say they do not. Okay. Bodhi Reese says, have you received your toaster oven yet? Toaster oven? I've not received a toaster oven. But that sounds amazing. Bodhi, what are you talking about? Toaster oven? Hey, how are you, Gorge? Samantha Tucker says, hi, Natalie. No question this month. Just wanted to say that you seem to be a better place now than in the canceled video. I'm very happy to see that. I also completely understand and support your decision to remove the older videos. It is very disconcerting to see our older incarnations, as I like to refer to it, and I've been able to make peace with it as just that. A prior form I had to grow through to be where I am now. All the best wishes. Keep up the wonderful work, and please be kind to yourself. Take care, my dear. Thanks, Samantha. Okay, last question. Are we ready? Apparently there's a lesbian joke that I'm missing with the toaster oven. Someone in the chat, please explain the joke to me. Steffi Studnar says, do you enjoy doing your monthly AMAs? Is it cathartic? Why do you enjoy them? Well, I mean, as a person with whatever personality disorder leads people to make YouTube videos in the first place, I do enjoy being the center of attention for 4 or 5 hours. So that is good. I also they can be tiring. Like, when was the last time? Like I want you to imagine that you're taking an oral exam, and it lasts 5 hours. Or 4 hours, or 3 hours at least, and you have to answer 130 questions. It's exhausting, right? Like, there's a reason why I combine alcohol and caffeine to do this. It's hard, but it's fun too. I like to rise to the challenge. Apparently, I need to watch the Ellen sitcom to understand the significance of toasters. Okay. That's the stream. We did it, y'all. Have a good night. I'm gonna go make huevos rancheros and then eat it. So have a good night. Love you so much. Bye.